Dark Angels were the first of the Emperor's Space Marine legions. In the earliest years, they stood as the personal army of the Master of Mankind, fighting in the closing days of the Unification Wars and in the quiet, shadowed conflicts that came before the Great Crusade truly began. At that time, there were no other legions yet to name them against. The Emperor simply called them his Angels of Death, or sometimes the Six Hosts. These transhuman warriors moved across Terra with overwhelming force, bringing the last resistance of the Unification Wars to an end and defeating every Terran enemy that stood before them. Even the tech priests of Mars who had intervened in the struggle were compelled to abandon the fight and sue for peace. From that moment, the First Legion rose in power and favor. They served as the pattern for the Legiones Astartes that would follow, a living template by which the later legions would be judged. Their armories were vast and ancient, filled with advanced archaeotech and large numbers of plasma weapons that few other Imperial forces could claim. Yet their strength did not remain untouched by time. Long years of brutal warfare slowly reduced their numbers. Among the worst of these conflicts were the Rongdan Xenocides, vast and terrible wars, whose scale scarred the Legion deeply and drained much of its earlier might. Those trials reshaped the warriors of the First. Their fate changed again when they were reunited with their Primarch, Lion L. Johnson. New recruits soon arrived from his adopted homeworld of Caliban, a harsh death world ruled by a feudal society of warlike techno-barbarians. The warrior orders of that world offered strong blood for the rebuilding legion, and over time, the customs and martial codes of Caliban became woven into the character of the Dark Angels themselves. The Dark Angels were stark and uncompromising even in their earliest days. They were created to be killers of the most refined kind, warriors who would spend their entire lives in war and death for the Imperium and for humanity. Peace held no place in their purpose, nor the quiet crafts of diplomacy or artistry. They were weapons, and they accepted that truth without excuse. Many of their greatest battles were never written into the records of Imperial compliance. No poets sing of them, and no chronicles celebrate the fallen. These wars were fought against horrors so terrible that the Imperium chose to erase their memory entirely. In this way, the Legion served not only as conquerors of the Great Crusade, but also as a shield against the unknown terrors that drifted in the darkness between the stars. Their heraldry proclaims a simple truth. They were the first of the Emperor's Legiones Astartes. Beyond that, very little is known about the true origins of their gene stock. The creation of the Legiones Astartes remains one of the Emperor's most secret works, and scholars in later ages were warned away from studying it too closely. What fragments remain suggest that the First Legion was conceived as the template for all those that would follow. Their gene seed was drawn from the genetic code of the most stable of the Primarchs. The intention was not to cultivate unusual traits or shape eccentric characteristics. Instead, the Emperor sought stability and purity, the foundation upon which all later legions would be built. The process of creating the first proto-Astartes was slow and costly. It may have begun more than a century before the Unification wars reached their end, and it consumed a vast number of test subjects before even a handful of stable warriors could be produced. Fragmentary records speak of these earliest creations as the primordial strain. Very few survived the early trials of combat and surgery, yet they formed the foundation of the First Legion and the refined methods that later created the other legions. This experiment demanded an immense human cost. The most critical ingredient was untainted human youth, within a narrow range of age and strength. On the ruined surface of Terra, such individuals were rare. The first subjects were taken from the children of conquered enemies, or purchased from the wandering slaver clans that roamed the wastelands of pre-Unity Terra. Later, flesh tithes were demanded from territories that entered the growing Imperium. Because of this, the First Legion carried no single cultural heritage. Their earliest recruits came from many peoples and lands. Warriors from the plains and islands of Albia brought the brutal traditions that had conquered much of Europa. Riders from the Anatolic steppes offered skill in cavalry warfare. Berserk fighters from frozen Scandia carried a terrifying efficiency in battle. Many other Terran cultures added their own harsh lessons of war. Within the Legion, these traditions were melted together like iron in a crucible. The bitter knowledge gathered through millennia of old night was reshaped into a weapon of extraordinary power. In those uncertain beginnings, the few hundred warriors of the First Legion were encouraged to abandon the names of their birth cultures. They chose instead the names of legendary heroes remembered from ancient tales. Among the earliest roles of honor appear names such as Gilgamesh, Heracles, Tarkhan, and Hengist. With the grim aspect granted by their gene seed, these warriors seemed almost like a band of living gods moving through the armies of the Emperor. They first fought in small groups within the greater host of the Imperium, guided by the training of the Imperial laboratories of the Biotechnical Division. Over time, they became known as the Uncrowned Princes, or simply the Crowns. The title honored their place at the forefront of battle and the destiny their creator had given them. It also nurtured a quiet pride and arrogance that pushed them to lead the way for the growing brotherhood of the Legiones Astartes. From this early culture emerged the first hosts of the Legion. These informal groups existed across the companies and carried specialized knowledge of warfare drawn from many traditions. Later, their Primarch Lion, L. Johnson, would refine these hosts into the Hexagrammaton wings, but in those early days there were many more. The hosts were not tied to any single commander. Instead, they appeared wherever their skills were needed. In the earliest records of the Unification Wars, as many as 18 such formations can be seen, each marked by its own heraldry. During the Third Siege of Antioch in the year 603 of the 30th millennium, 9 hosts fought together across 4 companies of the Legion. Each group was small, rarely more than 30 warriors, and many of their tactics overlapped as they broke through the ancient walls of that stubborn fortress. With time, the many hosts of those chaotic years gradually became fewer and more specialized. The First Legion served as the proving ground, where tactics were tested and refined. From these experiments would later emerge the doctrines known as the Principia Bellicosa. Some hosts faded away as other legions mastered the same forms of war. Others vanished after their methods proved flawed in the brutal realities of the 30th millennium. Yet this harsh process did not weaken the Legion. Instead, it sharpened them. Through these battles, a strong bond grew among the warriors of the First. They had been forged together in the fires of Terra, and they carried a shared sense of distinction. The Emperor's servants had taught them that they were something greater, and the awe they inspired among their allies only strengthened that belief. Like all the Legiones Astartes, the First Legion had been created to replace an earlier weapon of the Emperor's wars. Those predecessors were the Thunder Warriors, powerful but unstable warriors who had carried the burden of the Unification Wars in their earliest and bloodiest years. The Thunder Warriors had been suited to that grim age. They were fierce and savage fighters, strong perhaps even beyond the new Astartes as individuals. Yet they lacked the discipline to act as a unified army. Where the Space Marines would fight as one body, the Thunder Warriors had often moved like a storm of rage and blades, overwhelming their enemies through sheer fury. Many stories surround the sudden disappearance of those warriors from Imperial history. Most are little more than rumor, though a few fragments remain that invite quiet speculation. Among the wandering tribes near Mount Ararat, there is an old tale. It speaks of Thunder Warriors returning from battle, weary but victorious, only to find another army waiting in silence. These warriors were said to be clad entirely in gray, dark as gathering storm clouds, each one marked with the same symbol. According to the nomads, the waiting soldiers did not greet the victors with honor. Instead, they raised their weapons and cut the exhausted Thunder Warriors down in a thunderous storm of bolt and plasma fire. The story differs greatly from the heroic accounts later told by Imperial remembrancers, yet it carries a certain grim logic. Some believe the Grey Warriors may have been the First Legion, whose armor bore the bold sigil of their numeration. Their campaigns were often erased from Imperial records, leaving only faint shadows behind. No proof survives, not even in the deepest archives of the Imperial Palace. Still, there are hints that lend weight to the theory. During the Great Crusade, the First Legion often displayed an unusual determination to hunt down any surviving Thunder Warriors who had fled Terra. On several occasions, fleets of the Legion diverted from their assigned course, simply to pursue rumors of such survivors. This behavior was unusual for a Legion known for its stoic discipline. It suggests that the matter carried a personal significance, perhaps even a lingering sense of unfinished duty. Another ancient account tells a different version of the end. In this telling, the Thunder Warriors eventually discovered that their creator had condemned them to short and unstable lives. Faced with the promise of madness and death, they turned their anger toward the Emperor himself. When the rebellion came, it was answered swiftly. A force of several hundred custodians from the Legio Custodes is said to have fought in the Emperor's defense, possibly led by the legendary Constantine Valdor. With them marched several thousand of the earliest Astartes of the First Legion. Together, they carried out a merciless culling of the rebellious Gene soldiers. Even so, certainty remains impossible. The First Legion was famous for secrecy, and many of its actions were deliberately hidden by imperial decree. Whatever truly happened in those final moments of the Thunder Warriors, it is likely that the full truth has been lost to history. The First Legion existed to prove what the new Space Marines could truly become. While the other early legions still numbered only a few hundred warriors each, the first had already grown into a vast force of 10,000 transhuman soldiers. Their first great test came at Samarkand on Terra during the Unification Wars. There, in the year 668 of the 30th millennium, the Legion marched into battle as a single army, with the Emperor himself leading them. Before them stood a terrifying enemy. 200,000 gene-forged Udugul served the king of Akkad, elite slave soldiers whose strength exceeded that of many ordinary warriors and whose blood itself was poisonous. These fighters had long dominated the Upper Asiatic basin and had resisted every earlier assault by the Emperor's forces. The battle was fierce and relentless, yet after 10 solar hours, Samarkand lay in ruins. The Udugul had been shattered and scattered, and the head of the great king of Akkad hung from the belt of the newly appointed Grand Master of the First Legion. That warrior was Hector Thrain. The princes of Terra praised his victory and granted him the title Sinestra of the Emperor, the left hand of the warlord of Terra and his most fearsome instrument of conquest. At the Emperor's command, the Legion left nothing standing in the ruined city, and most records of the horrors encountered there were deliberately destroyed. After Samarkand, the growth of the other Space Marine legions accelerated rapidly. The success of the first had proven the potential of the new transhuman armies. At the same time, the Legion itself gained a dark reputation among the forces of Unity. They had marched into hell and returned, leaving that hell broken behind them. This victory shaped the path of the Legion for many years to come. Again and again they were sent against the most terrible threats of the Unification Wars and the early conflicts of the Sol System. Their purpose was always the same. The enemy must be destroyed completely. They fought in places whose details were later erased from the records of history. Among them were the battle at Fortress 31 in the Dulian wastes of ancient Terra, and the struggle at Karnakon within the cryo-volcanic mountains of Sedna. Many foes they faced were so monstrous that even the archives of the Emperor's libraries carried only faint traces of the events. To fight such battles, the Emperor opened the armory vaults of the Imperial Palace. From those hidden chambers, the Legion was granted weapons forbidden to others. They alone were trusted to wield some of the darkest creations of mankind. Under Hector Thrain's command, the Legion destroyed the warped cities of Kadun and Molay. They unleashed gene-phage munitions to cleanse the moon Enceladus of the Grave infestation that had taken root there. These victories secured the Imperium's survival, though they left a lasting mark on the warriors who carried them out. Among the armies of the Emperor, the First Legion became almost synonymous with death. Wherever they marched, it seemed that the Pale Rider followed close behind. Soldiers spoke of them with a mixture of respect and fear, whispering that to anger them was to draw the attention of death itself. Superstitions spread among the ordinary troops. When the Legion approached a camp, small wards and charms were sometimes placed at its edges in quiet attempts to turn away ill fortune, even in an age guided by the imperial truth. Such fears were difficult to silence. There were reasons for those fears. Units that fought beside the Legion often met grim ends. Some were destroyed by the horrors the first had come to slay. Others simply vanished, rumors claiming they had been silenced to prevent knowledge of certain enemies from spreading through the ranks. The warriors of the Legion understood how others saw them. Gradually, they embraced the image. The skeletal icon of death became their symbol, and their armor was decorated with somber funerary markings. In this way, the First Legion placed itself apart from the rest of the Emperor's armies. They accepted a kind of isolation, believing it necessary so that the mortal soldiers of the Imperium would be spared the full weight of the terrors they fought. To some of the other legions, this attitude appeared as arrogance rather than sacrifice. Yet the masters of the First Legion ignored such judgments. They remained content to move through war surrounded by dark rumors, acting as the Emperor's left hand. While other legions celebrated victories of conquest, the First Legion fought the hidden wars. Their triumphs were rarely praised, yet they carried the burden willingly, a grim weapon concealed behind the bright banners of the Imperial army. Far beyond the bright inner worlds of the Sol system, the warriors of the First Legion carried out a lonely duty, while the younger legion slowly grew in strength and prepared for the coming expansion of the Imperium. These warriors patrolled the frozen darkness of the Oort cloud and kept watch along the distant boundary where the Emperor's realm touched the unknown. For many years they remained in those silent reaches. The frozen moons of the outer system were scoured clean, and scattered human outposts hidden on the edges of the system were freed from dangers that had long gone unseen. Isolation shaped the Legion in quiet ways, and within its ranks, small groups of specialists began to form, warriors devoted to mastering particular forms of war. These groups slowly became known as orders, each one focused on a different craft of battle, and the hard lessons earned in the darkness were recorded through complex codes and rituals. Knowledge gained through sacrifice was preserved carefully, building a body of experience that would guide the Legion through the harshest conflicts yet to come. When the Legion eventually returned toward the inner worlds, they had changed. Their armor, once the same pale gray worn by their brother legions, had become a deep and impassive black. Their return brought no triumphal procession and no great celebration. Instead, they received only the quiet acknowledgement of the Emperor and a place at the forefront of the vast host, gathering to carry the Great Crusade into the galaxy. Around the shipyards of Saturn, the Imperium assembled its fleets. Newly forged vessels drifted beside ancient ships drawn from the hidden vaults of Mars, and among them, the fleet granted to the First Legion stood apart. The Emperor entrusted them with many of the oldest Terran starships, relics that had survived from the age before Old Night. Among these vessels sailed immense battleships of the Gloriana pattern, powerful cruisers layered in dense void shields, and destroyers bristling with weapons. These ships possessed a strength that few fleets could match, and they formed the backbone of a force prepared for wars that few others would ever see. When the Great Crusade began to push beyond the last surviving star charts, the purpose of that fleet soon became clear. The Imperium encountered terrors scattered through the void that made earlier struggles on Terra seem small by comparison. In these dark regions, the First Legion fought enemies too dangerous to confront through ordinary war. Against such threats, they used weapons born in the forgotten science of Old Night. Genophage weapons and devastating radiation devices were unleashed against enemies whose destruction demanded absolute certainty. Where the Legion struck, entire infestations vanished, leaving only silent worlds where the enemy had once been. In those early years, the title Angels of Death belonged to them alone, while other legions brought distant human worlds into Imperial compliance. The First Legion hunted creatures and powers whose existence was rarely recorded. Leadership within the Legion rested once more in the hands of the Council of Masters. The Legion itself had become widely scattered across the galaxy, its chapters and hosts fighting separate wars as each sought to prove its worth and restore the honor they believed had faded. Victory still came to them in many places, though it often demanded a terrible cost. Their warriors faced grueling battles that pushed them beyond the endurance of ordinary soldiers, and their reputation as relentless fighters spread through the Imperium. This path could easily have led to the slow destruction of the Legion. Continual warfare and relentless pride might eventually have broken even such powerful warriors. During these uncertain years, an unexpected discovery changed the course of their story. A small fleet of roaming warriors from the White Scars encountered a distant world called Caliban, and from the dark forests of that world, the Emperor would soon bring forth the figure who would alter the destiny of the First Legion. Fragments of these wars survived only in sealed archives. One account spoke of Betelgeuse, where warriors of the Legion assaulted a world whose mountains had been hollowed to shelter a monstrous living infection that had spread across many systems. Another described the ruined worlds of the Osiren cluster, where the Legion destroyed a sentient engine of planetary destruction created by some long-vanished empire. Many such campaigns ended with their records hidden away to protect the sanity of those who might read them. To those outside the Legion, the early record of the First seems strangely quiet. While other legions claimed hundreds of compliant worlds, the First had fewer victories that could be openly celebrated. Yet the lessons learned in their hidden wars shaped many of the doctrines later used by the Legiones Astartes, and their influence spread quietly through the Imperium's military traditions. Through these trials, the Legion grew into a formidable force. It commanded more warriors, larger fleets, and greater weapons than any of its brothers during the early years of the Crusade. Its Grand Master stood close beside the Emperor in the Imperial Court, his counsel valued almost as highly as that of Melchidor the Sigillite and Horus Lupercal. For a time, the First Legion stood at the height of Imperial strength. Allies respected them, enemies feared them, and their black armored warriors became a symbol of relentless determination. Yet within this success, a slow slow change had begun to take root, and the pride that had once sustained them gradually began to shape their decisions in ways that would lead them toward a difficult future. As the Great Crusade spread outward through the galaxy, the character of the First Legion slowly shifted. Their ships still roamed the distant edges of explored space, searching for powerful enemies in the dark between the stars, yet their outlook had begun to change. They increasingly chose only the greatest threats to face. Lesser foes were often ignored, left behind for the Imperial Army or other legions that followed their path through the stars. Victories continued to come, and with each triumph, the confidence of the Legion grew stronger. Over time, that confidence hardened into something less flexible. The Hexagrammaton, once a constantly adapting body of knowledge built from experience, became rigid in its traditions. Warriors from outside the Legion's ancient Terran enclaves were recruited less frequently, as though the older bloodlines alone were considered worthy. Success reinforced the belief that the Legion had reached the pinnacle of skill. When defeat occurred, it was often blamed on commanders who had failed to meet the Legion's standards, rather than on deeper flaws within its own thinking. The Legion that had once shared knowledge freely with its brothers began to guard its doctrines closely. Each order and host protected its own fragments of battle lore, convinced that their teachings held the true secret to the Legion's success. At the same time, other legions began to rise in strength. The Ultramarines expanded rapidly under their Primarch Robot Gilliman, and the Imperial Fists commanded immense power through relics such as the fortress vessel Phalanx. For warriors who had long believed themselves the Emperor's foremost weapon, such comparisons unsettled their pride. The turning point came in the system of Canis Balor. The world there seemed insignificant at first, inhabited by an alien species not yet studied by the Legion's scholars. Confident in their long record of victory, the First Legion committed only a modest force to the assault. The enemy proved unlike anything they had faced before. Their technology defied rational understanding, and their tactics ignored every expected pattern of war. The Legion's first attack was thrown back with heavy losses, a humiliation the warriors of the First had not experienced for many years. A second assault followed, and then a third. Each attempt ended in failure, and the losses continued to rise. Grandmaster Hector Thrain eventually led the next assault himself. Determined to restore the Legion's honor, he drove his warriors deep into the enemy lines, cutting through the alien defenders with great determination. Yet the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Recognizing that the battle had become unwinnable, Thrain remained behind with his personal guard so that the surviving forces could withdraw with valuable equipment. Soon afterward, the world of Canas Balor was destroyed from orbit, its surface burned away by nucleonic fire that erased every trace of life. The loss of the battle and the death of the Grandmaster shook the Legion deeply. Within its ranks, a quiet struggle began, as masters of the hosts and leaders of the orders argued over which doctrines should guide the Legion in the future. These disputes reached their height in the Great Hall of Council on the world of Grammarier, where once thoughtful discussion had shaped the Legion's strategy. Bitter arguments now filled the chamber, as each faction sought to place blame upon the others. The deadlock ended only when Malcador the Sigillite intervened. Rather than appoint one of the rival masters, he proposed a new leader drawn from among the Legion's captains, a warrior who belonged to none of the competing factions. The council accepted this idea, and the man chosen was Urion Vendrag. He had served as captain of a company within the Legion's 8th chapter, a soldier whose reputation rested on courage in battle rather than mastery of doctrine. Because he represented no single branch of the Legion's traditions, the council agreed to his appointment. His duty was to restore unity to the Legion and return it fully to the Great Crusade. Soon afterward, news arrived of a dangerous alien power encountered on the far rim of Imperial expansion, and the new Grandmaster prepared to lead his Legion against this threat. Reports from the distant frontier spoke of a hostile species known as the Rangda. The first contact had come when a scouting force of the 5th Legion encountered them on a remote world near the northern rim of the galaxy. Although their territory appeared small at first, their strange technology and fearsome presence convinced Imperial commanders that they posed a serious threat. Grandmaster Urion Vendrag gathered a powerful fleet and led it toward the Rangdan stronghold in the Advex Moor system. There, the Rangda had constructed a massive artificial war moon. The structure had been built through the labor of countless enslaved workers taken from many worlds, and it served as both fortress and weapon. Around it moved the Rangdan fleets, strange and heavy vessels crewed by slaves whose minds were bound by neural collars that enforced absolute obedience. When the Imperial Armada arrived, the battle that followed would reshape the entire system. Over several months, the Imperium shattered the Rangdan presence, destroying their fleets and leaving their occupied worlds ruined and uninhabitable. The victory came at a cost measured in thousands of fallen warriors from the 1st Legion. Much of the campaign remained hidden behind sealed records, yet fragments survived within captured data cores recovered from the Forge world known as Sena. These records revealed the scale of the force that had entered the system. Tens of thousands of Legion warriors fought alongside large numbers of Imperial Army soldiers and Mechanicum forces drawn from nearby worlds. Their fleet contained many powerful warships, supported by numerous escorts. Even with such strength, the task ahead appeared daunting. Each world of the system was fortified and defended by vast numbers of enslaved soldiers bound to the Rangdan masters. Above them hung the war moon itself, an immense structure whose weapons rivaled the firepower of a full fleet of starships. Grandmaster Vendrag accepted the challenge without hesitation. He believed that victory against such overwhelming odds would restore the Legion's pride and unity. The Imperial fleet entered the system together, translating from the warp in a great formation of steel and guns. At the front of the Armada sailed 3 enormous Gloriana-class battleships, known as Invincible Reason, Paradigm of 8, and Truth's Razor. The sudden appearance of this fleet swept aside the scattered Rangdan patrols. Their warp barks fought fiercely but could not withstand the concentrated strength of the Imperial ships. Even so, the Rangda possessed disturbing weapons. Naval crews spoke of the eerie bursts of energy that left dark shadows where living beings had once stood, and these blasts became known among the sailors as shadow blasters. While the fleet fought above the planets, the Legion began its assault on the outer worlds. Grandmaster Vindreg personally led the attack on a frozen world where fuel was refined beneath a crust of ice. The defenders there were few compared to the invading force, yet the battle carried symbolic importance for the Legion. 1,000 warriors of the First Legion faced a much larger mass of enslaved soldiers driven into battle by their alien overseer. The struggle lasted only a few hours before the disciplined lines of the Astartes broke the attacking hordes. Deep beneath the ice, Vendreg confronted the Rangdan overseer who commanded the world. When he returned to the surface, he carried the alien's severed head before his assembled warriors. In the months that followed, the remaining outer worlds of the system were taken one by one. Each victory brought the Legion closer to the central planet, where the true battle of the campaign would unfold beneath the looming shadow of the War Moon. When the Imperial fleet advanced toward Advex Mors Primus, the Rangdan defenders changed their tactics. Their ships did not rush forward as before, but formed a tight defensive ring around the War Moon, forcing the Imperium to fight directly into the concentrated fire of their weapons. The void filled with blinding flashes as both sides unleashed their guns. Imperial macro cannons thundered through space, while the strange green bursts of Rangdan shadow blasters cut through hulls and shields alike. Entire squadrons vanished in the opening exchanges, and even the strongest ships struggled to endure the relentless barrage from the massive War Moon. The Imperium had hoped to avoid such a brutal engagement, yet there was no other path to the planet below. The turning point came through the sacrifice of one of the fleet's greatest vessels. The ancient battleship Paradigm of Hate pushed forward through the enemy formation despite terrible damage. With its shields collapsing under heavy fire, the ship drove directly into the surface of the War Moon and tore open a vast wound in its metal skin. Inside the shattered hull of the battleship, surviving crew members and warriors of the Legion prepared for their final act. They held defensive positions while the ship's reactor was set to overload. Rangdan warriors soon arrived to stop them. These towering aliens fought with formidable strength and wielded weapons of terrible power. The battle within the wreckage was savage and desperate, yet the defenders held long enough for the reactor to reach critical levels. The resulting explosion spread through the War Moon like the birth of a small sun. The structure was crippled and the surrounding space filled with deadly debris, giving the rest of the fleet the chance it needed to press the attack. With the enemy formation broken, the remaining Imperial battleships forced their way into low orbit and began landing troops. Drop pods streaked downward in great numbers, scattering across the wastelands far from the equatorial fortresses. Smaller detachments arrived by gunship and transport, spreading across the landing zones to engage the first enemy forces. At first, these raiding columns faced only waves of enslaved soldiers sent forward to weaken the invaders. Soon afterward, the true Rangda entered the fighting. Accounts describe them as towering creatures armed with cruel technologies and protected by powerful energy fields. Many of the early raiding groups suffered heavy losses in these encounters, yet the information they gathered revealed important details about their enemies' tactics and weaponry. Grandmaster Vendrag used this knowledge carefully. When the Legion finally advanced in full strength, a vast host of Astartes marched across the broken plains of the planet to confront the Rangdan army. The enemy responded with its familiar strategy, sending waves of slave soldiers forward in order to weaken the Imperial lines. Vendrag anticipated this approach. Veteran warriors were held back as a mobile reserve, while swift formations mounted on jet bikes and speeders harried the Rangdan army and reported its movements. Instead of waiting for the enemy to strike, Vendrag launched a sudden charge that cut directly through the slave armies and drove toward the Rangdan commanders. The alien overlords accepted the challenge and met the Legion warriors in brutal close combat. The clash was fierce as energy shields burned the air and heavy tyrannic blades struck against alien armor. Amid the chaos, the two commanders faced each other. The Rangdan Warmaster towered above the human warrior and fought with a weapon that carried a deadly toxin. The duel lasted a long time while the battle raged around them, and both leaders endured terrible wounds. Despite the poison spreading through his body, Vendrag continued the fight until the alien finally fell beneath his blade. When he lifted the severed head of the Warmaster before the battlefield, the Rangdan army broke and began to retreat. After the death of their Warmaster, the remaining Rangda withdrew into the fortified strongholds scattered across Advex Mors Primus. The war then shifted into a long series of sieges as the Legion surrounded each fortress and destroyed it methodically. Months passed while the warriors of the Imperium advanced from one stronghold to the next. When the work was finished, the surface of the world lay in ruins, and the shattered remnants of the war moon above were swept clean of the alien survivors who had taken shelter within its wreckage. The victory was complete but extremely costly. Many thousands of Legion warriors had fallen, and numerous Imperial ships were lost in the struggle, including the ancient battleship Paradigm of Hate, whose wreckage could not be recovered. Stories of the campaign spread across the Imperium through the remembrancers who had witnessed the war. They described how the Legion had faced one of the most dangerous enemies beyond the Imperium's borders and crushed it entirely. Despite the triumph, unrest within the Legion continued to grow. The pride that had taken root within its ranks was not satisfied, and soon the warriors of the First sought new victories to restore the greatness they believed had been diminished. One such opportunity appeared on the fortress world of Carcassarne. This powerful stronghold had resisted the Ultramarines for many weeks, and their Primarch rowboat Gilliman had chosen a careful strategy of siege to break its defenses. When the warriors of the First arrived, they chose a different path. Seeing an opportunity to prove their strength, they gathered a great force and marched directly toward the towering gates of the fortress. Thousands of black-armored warriors advanced beneath ancient banners, that had once flown beside the Emperor himself. The defenders unleashed devastating fire from the walls. Cannon and hidden weapons tore into the advancing ranks, and many warriors fell before reaching the gates. Even so, the Legion forced its way forward. Through sheer determination and heavy losses, they created a breach that allowed their guns to shatter the great gates and open a path into the city beyond. Guilliman and his Ultramarines advanced behind them, moving slowly and securing each position with caution. The warriors of the first pressed ahead more quickly and reached the central citadel before their allies. At the moment of victory, the defenders triggered a final act of desperation. A hidden atomic device buried beneath the tower detonated as the Legion approached. The explosion collapsed the structure and buried Grandmaster Urion Vendrake along with the warriors of his personal guard. Although the fortress world was ultimately conquered, the victory carried a heavy sense of bitterness. Guilliman offered no praise to the battered warriors of the first. Instead, he spoke to them quietly among the ruins, reminding them that pride could turn triumph into something hollow. Soon afterward, the Legion abandoned the world of Carcassonne, leaving it in the hands of the Ultramarines. The battle honor was removed from their records and remembered only by an empty laurel. From that moment, a quiet sense of resentment followed them through their later campaigns. As the Great Crusade moved towards its middle years, the First Legion found itself standing at a difficult point in its history. The years since the death of Grandmaster Urion Vendrake had reduced their numbers, yet their determination had not diminished. Their fleets had suffered losses and their warriors had fallen in many brutal campaigns, but their fighting skill had been sharpened by constant war. To allies, they appeared as grim seekers of battle, who were always searching for the most dangerous enemies. Retreat was rarely considered, even when the odds seemed overwhelming. In the earliest years of the First Legion and its Primarch, there was always far more rumor than certainty. And even among those who served him closely, the beginnings of Lion L. Johnson's life remained wrapped in half-remembered stories and uncertain recollections. What little was known spoke of a child carried through the warp from the Emperor's hidden gene laboratories beneath the Himalayan mountains. A fragile life cast across the stars before finally descending upon the distant death world of Caliban within the dark reaches of the Segmentum Obscurus. Caliban itself was a world almost entirely swallowed by forests so immense and ancient that the canopy above allowed little light to touch the ground below, and within those green depths lived monstrous beasts whose forms had been twisted by the touch of chaos in the centuries that followed the birth of the dark god, Slaanesh. These creatures hunted endlessly among the trees and ruins of forgotten ages, and within that same wilderness, the young Primarch somehow endured alone, living far from human settlement like a silent and watchful hunter. The people of Caliban survived behind fortress monasteries raised against the terrors of the forests, and their defenders were knightly orders of warrior aristocrats who rode to battle on horseback while carrying relics of lost technology preserved from the time before the age of strife. Some bore primitive bolt pistols and wore simple suits of power armor, passed carefully from one knight to another through generations. And yet, despite such relics of forgotten science, their society remained largely feudal and bound to ancient traditions. Among these brotherhoods, one order stood apart, known simply as the Order, whose ranks included both commoners and nobles, rather than drawing solely from Caliban's aristocracy as the other knightly societies did. It was a hunting party from this order that eventually discovered the strange youth deep within the forests after more than a century had passed since his arrival upon the world. No one could say with certainty how long the Primarch had survived there among the monstrous Himric creatures that prowled the woodland darkness, though some believed it could not have been more than a decade, while others whispered that the forests themselves remembered his presence for far longer. Stories had circulated among nearby settlements of a strange spirit moving through the woods, a small figure shaped like a man whose passing left mysterious marks upon the trees, and such tales had lingered for nearly a century before the lion was finally found. Whatever the truth of those years, the forest had shaped him in ways few could easily understand. In that place of endless danger, he had learned patience and silence, discovering that survival depended on striking only when victory was certain, and that once battle began, it ended only with death. He fought the horrors of Caliban with his bare hands and a relentless will that proved stronger than forged steel. When the knights first encountered him, they saw not a frightened youth, but a calculating hunter whose composure resembled the very beasts they hunted. And some among them believed it would be wiser to slay him where he stood rather than risk bringing such a creature into their world. Only one voice opposed that judgment with certainty, and that voice belonged to the knight named Luther. Luther had long served as one of Caliban's champions through the bleak years of Old Night, and he chose instead to claim the strange youth as his charge, giving him the name Lion L. Johnson, which in the Calibanite dialect of Low Gothic meant the lion, son of the forest. Under Luther's guidance, the Primarch learned the codes and laws of the order and slowly came to understand that battle could serve a purpose greater than simple survival. The lion was taken to the fortress monastery of Alduruk, where he learned the customs of human society with astonishing speed, mastering language and culture far faster than anyone around him had believed possible. Before long, he had risen within the order as a formidable warrior and leader, though of his time alone in the forests he rarely spoke. As his reputation grew, he called for something few had dared to imagine: a great crusade to rid Caliban of the monstrous beasts that had haunted the forests for generations beyond counting. The proposal spread quickly through the knightly brotherhoods and gathered support despite the immense danger it promised. The campaign that followed stretched across nearly a decade of relentless warfare, as the knights pushed deeper into the forest than any had ever dared before, hunting the nests of the monstrous creatures that had plagued their world since ancient times. The lion proved not only a brilliant warrior, but also a leader whose quiet confidence drew countless new recruits to the order, swelling its ranks beyond anything previously known. He stood always at the forefront of battle, not out of desire for glory, but simply because action demanded it. and through his command, even the old traditions that restricted knighthood to the nobility were cast aside so that common warriors could join the struggle. Some orders resisted such change, including the Knights of Lupus, who feared the destruction of the beasts would overturn Caliban's ancient ways, yet those who opposed the Lion's Crusade were ultimately destroyed. With every passing season, the Order carried the war deeper into the endless forests, burning nests, poisoning the waters where the beasts drank, and setting entire stretches of woodland aflame to drive their enemies into the open. The campaign was long and merciless, and though many knights grew weary of the slaughter, the Lion never wavered in his resolve. He understood that leaving even a handful of such creatures alive would render every sacrifice meaningless, and so the hunt continued until none remained to threaten the people of Caliban. Even those who praised his victories sometimes spoke of them with unease, for the calm determination that guided the Lion in war could inspire both awe and fear among those who followed him. The changes brought by the Lion's Crusade stirred unease among portions of Caliban's aristocracy, and some nobles began to fear both the methods he employed and the authority he had gathered during the long war against the great beasts. A number of these factions rose openly in rebellion, some determined to preserve ancient traditions, while others sought the power that now surrounded the young champion of the Order. Their uprising ended swiftly and without mercy, for the Lion treated Betrayal with the same finality he had shown the monstrous creatures of the forest, and the knights who stood against him were destroyed along with their strongholds, so that no similar defiance would follow. When the final battles of the Crusade had ended and the forests of Caliban fell quiet, the Order gathered to honor the victory that had changed the fate of their world. Lion L. Johnson was granted the title of Grand Master of the Order and the many accolades that followed such a triumph, though he accepted them with little interest and little ceremony. Titles and praise held little meaning for a man whose childhood had been shaped by the brutal realities of survival among monsters. Yet while the Lion remained distant from such concerns, he did not see the quiet transformation taking place within Luther, the mentor who had once stood beside him as an equal. The Primarch's growing fame had carried him far beyond the man who had first discovered him, and though Luther accepted the admiration of Caliban's people, he could not entirely silence the resentment that began to grow within him. It was a wound delivered without intention, born simply from the Lion's inability to recognize the pride and ambition that lived within his closest companion. Had events unfolded differently, perhaps the peace that followed the destruction of the great beasts might have allowed that bitterness to fade with time. Instead, the Emperor of Mankind arrived soon after the Crusade ended, descending from the heavens to claim the son who had been lost to the galaxy since infancy. With that arrival came a future far beyond the forests of Caliban. The Emperor recognized Lion L. Johnson as one of the Primarchs created to lead his Space Marine legions, and he placed the Primarch in command of the First Legion, whose warriors were drawn from the Lion's own genetic heritage. In honor of an ancient Calibanite legend, the Legion was renamed the Dark Angels, a title that reflected the grim nature of the warriors who had come before their new lord. Soon afterward, the Lion departed for Terra to take his place within the great war the Emperor had begun, carrying with him the uncompromising methods forged during his years among the forests of Caliban. His role within the Imperium would become that of a relentless watchman at the edge of humanity's dominion, entrusted with weapons and duties too terrible to place in any other hands. Those who came to know him would see a warrior defined by cold resolve rather than passion, a being shaped by the silent darkness of Caliban's forests, where hesitation meant death. In that sense, Lion L. Johnson became something almost elemental, a living embodiment of war stripped to its most brutal purpose, and with his return to the Imperium, the fate of the galaxy began to shift around him. Not long after the final victories against the great beasts, the skies above Caliban carried a sight no inhabitant of that world had ever witnessed before. In the year 846 of the 30th millennium, the Emperor of Mankind arrived, accompanied by a small force of warriors drawn from the Ist Legion, having traced the psychic presence of one of his lost Primarchs to the forest world. From the moment Lionel Johnson stood before the Emperor, there existed between them a bond that required no explanation, and the Primarch swore his loyalty without hesitation. In return, the Emperor entrusted him with command of the First Legion of Space Marines, created from his genetic lineage. At that time, the Great Crusade had already spread across the stars as the Imperium sought to reunite the scattered colonies of humanity after the long darkness of Old Night. The Emperor's legions of Space Marines had driven countless alien empires from human worlds, and through the reports of distant scouts, the Imperium had finally rediscovered the isolated planet of Caliban. Only a small honor guard of the Legion had accompanied the Emperor on this journey, for the greater part of the Legion remained dispersed across distant battlefields of the Crusade. 500 warriors traveled with him, many veterans of the host of death, whose black armor and grim symbols gave them an appearance that seemed drawn from Calibanite myth itself. When these warriors assembled before the fortress of the Order and knelt before the Lion, it felt as though ancient legends had taken living form, a host of dark angels acknowledging their lord. In their first meeting, the Primarch chose to test the strength of his new warriors through a personal duel with one of their captains. Steel from Caliban met the power blade of a warrior clad in heavy cataphracti armor, and though the battle was fierce, the Lion left his opponent wounded upon the ground. From that moment, both Primarch and Legion recognized each other's strength, and the title Dark Angels soon spread through the ranks as their shared name. Soon afterward, the Emperor came in person to the fortress monastery of the Order, formally welcoming Caliban into the Imperium and declaring that its forests would be cleared to support the industry needed for the Great Crusade. The arrival of the Emperor's fleet became a moment preserved in Calibanite legend for centuries to come. Not all welcomed the transformation that followed. A handful of conservative knights attempted to strike against the Emperor, fearing the sweeping changes that imperial science and culture would bring to their world. Their attempt ended swiftly, and those responsible were executed as traitors by the warriors of the Legion. Across the galaxy, news of the Lion's discovery spread through the scattered formations of the First Legion, stirring mixed reactions among its warriors. Some threw themselves into battle with renewed fervor to honor their Primarch, while others sought to abandon their campaigns so they could return to Caliban and swear their loyalty in person. While the Lion traveled to Terra with the Emperor to learn of the vast war he was now destined to lead, the warriors who remained upon Caliban began preparing the world to serve the Imperium. Trials were organized among the knightly orders to determine which individuals possessed the strength and character required to become aspirants for the Space Marines. These contests served another purpose as well, testing whether the human population of Caliban possessed the genetic stability necessary for recruitment into the Legion. Only a handful proved worthy of advancing to the next stage of transformation. At the same time, the old divisions between Caliban's knightly orders were dismantled under the authority of the Lion and the Dark Angels, who believed that such rivalries could not endure within the disciplined structure of the Imperium. The transition was slow and not without resistance, yet most eventually accepted the unity that had been imposed. Imperial soldiers soon arrived in great numbers, and the transformation of Caliban began with astonishing speed. Forests that had stood untouched for ages were cleared by enormous machines, and where castles and wilderness had once dominated the landscape, vast manufactories and cities soon rose. Within a short span of years, the world had changed from a realm of isolated strongholds to a center of industry whose factories and mines supplied the Emperor's wars. Those who passed the trials of the Legion began the long process of transformation through gene seed implantation and relentless training. Among those selected stood Luther himself, though he and several others were judged too old to undergo the full implantation required to become true Space Marines. Instead, they endured a series of surgical and genetic augmentations that enhanced their bodies beyond human limits, leaving them stronger and faster, yet still distinct from the Astartes around them. For Luther, this reality proved difficult to accept, especially as many of the warriors who now surpassed him in strength had once served beneath his command. Though he remained the Lion's trusted second within the Legion, the knowledge that he could never truly equal the Space Marines continued to weigh heavily upon him. As for Lionel Johnson, those who would later meet him among the Primarchs often described him as distant and somber, a warrior who viewed the galaxy through stark and uncompromising clarity. On Terra, he came to understand that the war he had fought on Caliban had only been a small reflection of the greater struggle awaiting him among the stars. Among the Primarchs, the Lion showed little interest in the ideals or passions that drove some of his brothers, and he regarded such concerns as distractions from the single purpose that mattered to him. In his eyes, the enemies of mankind existed only to be destroyed, and the vast war of the Great Crusade demanded absolute focus rather than personal philosophy. As the first Primarch created by the Emperor, he seemed both similar to and different from his brothers, a warrior whose relentless determination often made him appear more distant and severe than those around him. He possessed the skill to match blades with fulcrum and the strategic insight to counter the plans of Rabot Gilliman. And though others might surpass him in narrow specialties, none equaled his resolve in the wider scope of war. The Legion he inherited was powerful yet fragmented, its companies scattered across countless battlefields after years of campaigning without their Primarchs' guidance. Once they had served as mentors to the younger legions, yet over time that role had faded and their purpose had grown uncertain. Lion L. Johnson set about reshaping the Legion with swift and deliberate action. He blended the martial traditions of Taliban's knightly culture with the established doctrines of the Legion's Hexagrammaton, forging a structure that united the heritage of Terra with the traditions of his adopted world. At the same time, he worked to gather the dispersed fragments of the Legion. Many warriors sought him out to pledge their loyalty, joining the 500 veterans who had first accompanied the Emperor to Caliban, along with auxilia forces raised from the population of that world. Among the new arrivals were tech adepts from the Forge world of Sana, who used the vast records of the Divisio Militaris to trace the locations of scattered companies throughout the galaxy. Through their efforts, the Lion was able to track down his gene sons across the immense scale of the Crusade. For the warriors of the First Legion, the approach of their Primarch was not greeted with celebration or parades. Instead, the news often drove them to fight with even greater intensity, so that when they finally stood before him, they could present victory as their offering. Each company that joined him renewed their loyalty in silence and solemn vows before proving themselves in battle under his direct command. Doubt faded quickly once they witnessed his skill with blade and strategy, for none who faced him in honest combat could question his right to lead. Within a handful of years, the Lion had gathered nearly 100,000 warriors beneath his command and led them to the ancient stronghold of the Legion upon the world of Gramarai. There, the Council of Masters and the Preceptors' conclave awaited him among the relics and banners of the Legion's long history. In accordance with ancient custom, the Primarch faced the ceremonial champion of the Council in the Ring of Honor, fighting an hour-long duel against Pyrrhus Caligat, the master of the Host of Fire. When the battle ended, the Lion accepted the authority of Grandmaster of the Legion, along with command of the 6 wings of the Hexagrammaton. Before the assembled warriors, he then swore an oath that would bind him to his legion and define their path through the coming wars. He declared that they would stand as angels of darkness who would never know peace, warriors who would fight in the shadows beyond the Imperium's bright future so that humanity itself might endure. After the oath had been spoken, Lion L. Johnson began reshaping the Legion according to the vision he carried for its future. From the remnants of the Legion's older formations, he created new wings of warriors, each commanded by masters appointed for their merit rather than their origin. The influx of recruits from Taliban soon followed, including those older knights like Luther who had endured the dangerous process of augmentation that allowed them to fight beside the Space Marines, even though they were not true Astartes. The Lion placed these warriors carefully within the Legion's new structure, assigning command only where ability justified it. Several of his former companions from the Order joined his inner circle, though their sudden rise sometimes unsettled veterans who had served the Legion for far longer. even the ancient chantry that had once stood upon the Legion's world of Gramarai was dismantled, replaced by a smaller fortress, while the true heart of the Legion moved aboard the Primarchs' flagship, the immense Gloriana-class battleship Invincible Reason. For many warriors, this transformation lifted the sense of stagnation that had weighed upon the Legion for years, replacing old habits of pride with the sharper discipline demanded by the Lion. Yet a small number of veterans quietly wondered whether the traditions they had known were fading too quickly beneath the influence of Caliban. Lion L. Johnson responded to such concerns not with argument but with action, leading his Legion immediately back into war. A call for aid had arrived from the distant world of Carcassum, where warriors of the Ultramarines had endured a siege lasting many months. On that shattered world, a desperate rebellion had unleashed a biogenic phage hidden within ancient vaults beneath the surface, transforming the inhabitants into twisted creatures driven only by the urge to hunt and kill. These ghastly mutants swarmed across the ruins and threatened to overwhelm the Ultramarines who had been stationed there. With most Imperial forces committed to distant regions of the Crusade, few believed relief would arrive in time. Yet when the Invincible Reason emerged from the Immaterium above the world, its drop bays already prepared for battle, the sight brought sudden hope to the embattled defenders. Lion L. Johnson led the assault personally at the head of 1,000 veterans of the Dreadwing, whose black armor advanced through the hordes like a living storm of plasma fire. Behind them came thousands more warriors of the Dark Angels, whose blades drove the mutant hosts back into their hiding places before eradicating them completely. When the Ultramarines finally emerged from their battered fortifications, they approached the Dark Angels with caution, uncertain whether the arrival of the First Legion would bring demands or reprisals tied to earlier conflicts between their forces. Instead, the Lion simply departed once the battle was finished, leaving behind only an empty banner as a quiet sign that an old debt between the legions had been repaid. It was a deliberate message as much as a victory, for Lion L. Johnson had no desire to build monuments or gather political power among the stars. His purpose remained the same as it had been in the forests of Caliban, the relentless destruction of the enemies of the Emperor wherever they might be found. In the early years of the Great Crusade, when the Imperium of Man was still young and reaching outward into the darkness, the First Legion of Space Marines came into being. It began quietly on Terra during the long struggle known as the Unification Wars, when the Emperor himself oversaw the creation of warriors drawn from his own design. At first, they were few. Small groups of neophytes received the gene seed in careful stages, each trial widening the ranks of the growing legion. These warriors became known by many names over time, yet they were always remembered as the first. In later years, they would carry the title Dark Angels. Everything changed when the Emperor found the Primarch Lion L. Johnson upon the forest world of Caliban. From that moment, the legion that carried his blood became his command, and the Lion took his place among the Emperor's sons as master of the 4th Expeditionary Fleet. One of his earliest campaigns led him to the world of Molech. There, amid the gathering of several legions and countless Imperial armies, a hidden gate lay buried beneath the planet's surface. The Emperor himself entered the gate and passed into the realm of chaos. When he returned, he appeared older, though far stronger, and the memories of those present were dimmed by his will. A powerful garrison was left behind to guard the secret. Soon after, the Legion faced a far darker war. In the northern reaches of the Imperium, the Rangda returned in vast numbers, an ancient Xenos terror thought long destroyed. The fighting raged for nearly a decade. Across shattered colonies and burning stars, the Dark Angels stood against a tide that threatened to consume the worlds of mankind. In those brutal years, the Lion became a silent figure in the storm of war. He was not a hero who stirred cheers among soldiers. Instead, he walked where the fighting was worst, unyielding and certain, drawing others forward simply by standing where the danger was greatest. The war grew immense. Many legions joined the struggle, and countless lives were spent breaking the Rangdan Empire. At the edge of the Halo stars, the Dark Angels fought battle after battle, until the final campaign known as the Third Rangdan Genocide brought the conflict to its bloody end. Victory came at terrible cost. Tens of thousands of the Legion were lost. When the war was finally over, the once mighty host of the Dark Angels had been reduced to a fraction of its former strength. To rebuild, the Lion turned back to Caliban. New warriors rose from that world's forests, men shaped by tradition and ritual rather than the proud habits of the old Terran veterans. These Calibanite warriors spread through the Legion's many wings and orders, carrying the legacy of their Primarch across the stars. Rather than build vast fortresses, the Legion moved constantly through the Imperium's darker reaches. Their fleets wandered where monsters still lurked, hunting the worst threats that remained beyond the growing frontiers of mankind. It was during this age that another rivalry took root. On the world of Dulan, the Dark Angels fought beside the Space Wolves under their Primarch Layman Russ. The campaign ended with the death of the planet's ruler, yet the moment of victory turned into a clash of pride between the two Primarchs. Russ struck the Lion in anger, and the two fought for an entire day and night. Strength met speed, fury met cold resolve. When Russ finally laughed at the foolishness of their quarrel, the Lion answered with one final blow that left the wolf unconscious. By the time Russ awoke, the Dark Angels had already departed for new wars among the stars. Since that day, whenever warriors of the two brotherhoods meet, champions from each side step forward to duel in honor of that ancient clash. Though many believed the clash on Dulan had forged a bitter feud, the truth was more complex. The Dark Angels and the Space Wolves fought beside one another on many occasions, both before and after that moment. Among those who studied the records closely, the Lion and Leman Russ often appeared remarkably alike. Both Primarchs valued loyalty above all things. Both spoke plainly and judged others by deeds rather than words. Because of this, the story of their duel seemed less like hatred and more like a test of strength between warriors who respected one another. Years later, the Lion answered a call for aid from another brother, Jugadai Khan of the White Scars. his fleet traveled to the world of Sarosh, a planet that claimed it wished to join the Imperium peacefully. The Sarosi people appeared orderly and devoted to the same secular ideals as the Imperium itself. Their bureaucracy delayed the formal process of compliance again and again, always offering apologies for the slow work of their government. Yet beneath this calm surface, a secret devotion endured. The Sarosi worshipped hidden entities of the warp they called the Melagem, and they saw the imperial rejection of religion as something dark and dangerous. When the leader of the Sarosi delegation finally stood before the Lion aboard the great flagship Invincible Reason, the meeting turned violent. The man denounced both the Emperor and the Primarch to his face. The Lion answered without hesitation, driving his power sword through the man's body. But the delegation had come with darker plans. Hidden within their shuttle was a nucleonic device meant to destroy the entire command structure of the Dark Angel's fleet. Luther, once the Lion's closest companion, had already discovered the weapon. For a brief moment, he considered allowing it to detonate. Instead, he and the young librarian Zahariel forced the shuttle away from the flagship, casting it into space where the explosion caused only minor damage. The rebellion on Sarosh was swiftly crushed, yet the incident left unease within the Legion. Questions were quietly asked about how such treachery had reached so close to the Primarch himself. In the aftermath, the Lion made a difficult decision. Luther, Zahariel, and several hundred veterans were ordered back to Caliban. They were not declared traitors, yet neither were they permitted to continue the crusade. They would guard the world of Caliban and oversee the recruitment of new warriors while the Legion carried the war deeper into the galaxy. Such choices were typical of the Lion. Duty and excellence stood above all personal ties. Even those he valued most could be set aside if he believed the Legion demanded it. From that point onward, the Dark Angels grew increasingly distant from their brother legions. The Lion spent little time in gatherings or celebrations. Instead, he led his warriors from battle to battle, seeking ever greater trials of strength. Many among the Primarchs came to view him as distant and difficult, yet one of them watched closely. Horus Lupercal studied the ways of the Dark Angels with careful attention. He once tried to draw them closer to his influence, but the Legion's rigid structure and proud independence denied him any hold. Within their ranks, the warrior lodges that spread through other legions found no welcome. The Lion and his legion stood apart, loyal to the Emperor alone. As the Great Crusade advanced across the stars, a moment of triumph approached on the world of Alinor Prime. Horus Lupercal was destined to receive the title of War Master before the assembled legions. Yet the Lion and the warriors of the First Legion were far away at the time, fighting distant wars. No invitation reached them for the great celebration that followed the conquest. When news eventually reached Lionel Johnson that Horus had been elevated above his brothers, the Primarch did not alter his course. He continued his campaigns without celebration or complaint. His indifference unsettled the new War Master more than open rivalry might have done. In time, Horus would fall to the powers of chaos within the temple of the Serpent Lodge on the world of Davin. As thoughts of rebellion took shape in his mind, He measured each of his brothers carefully. Among them, the lion stood as one of the most dangerous obstacles. The Dark Angels were numerous, disciplined, and possessed weapons drawn from the hidden armories of Terra. Their Primarch was utterly loyal to the Emperor and known for a resolve that could not easily be bent. Horus felt no fear in the way ordinary men did, yet the thought of facing the lion in open war gave him pause. If the Dark Angels could not be turned to his cause, then they would need to be kept far from the center of events. Plans formed quietly in the mind of the War Master. Some legions he hoped to corrupt, others to destroy. The Dark Angels he intended to banish to distant battlefields, so that the storm he was about to unleash would unfold without their interference. But the lion was not so easily removed from the fate of the Imperium. Like the rising sun returning each day to the horizon, he would eventually come back into the great war that Horus had begun. By the time the Horus Heresy began, the Dark Angels had become a legion accustomed to fighting alone. They carried their wars across distant regions of space, often far from the attention of their brother legions. This independence played directly into the plans of Horus. When the rebellion erupted, the Dark Angels were already far from the heart of the Imperium, entangled in a long campaign against the worlds of the Gordian League. News of betrayal reached them slowly. Word came that Horus and several legions had renounced their loyalty to the Emperor, and that the world of Istvan had been devastated in an act of virus bombing meant to destroy the loyal warriors who resisted him. The Lion suspected that the Legion's distant assignment had not been an accident. By scattering the Imperium's strongest defenders, Horus had ensured that only a few could confront him at once. Still, the Primarchs sought a way to strike back. Instead of moving the entire Legion toward the war zone, he assembled a small and secret fleet. Their destination was the Forge world of Diamat. Hidden within its vaults rested immense siege engines known as Ordinati. These colossal weapons had once been commissioned by Horus himself during an earlier campaign, but they had never been claimed. The Lion believed that Horus would eventually require such machines for a siege of Terra. If the Dark Angels could reach Tiamat first, those weapons would be denied to the War Master. The fleet arrived quickly and forced the withdrawal of Horus's forces. The Ordinati were secured, though the victory would soon lead to a dangerous encounter. Soon afterward, the Lion welcomed his brother Perturabo of the Iron Warriors aboard the Invincible Reason. Perturabo claimed that his legion was traveling toward the coming battle against Horus and had merely hoped to resupply near Tiamat. The Lion accepted the explanation and shared the story of how he had discovered the hidden siege engines years earlier while studying the records of the Crusade. In conversation, he admitted something rare. A quiet jealousy lingered in his heart. If fate had allowed him to be discovered first among the Primarchs, he believed the Emperor might have chosen him as War Master instead of Horus. Despite that confession, he insisted that his actions were meant only for the good of the Imperium. The Lion permitted Perturabo to claim the Ordinati on a single condition: that they be used wisely in the war ahead. Perturabo agreed without revealing that he had already pledged himself to Horus. Not long after, he would stand among the traitor commanders at the massacre on Istvan. As the heresy spread across the galaxy, another enemy moved against the Dark Angels. Conrad Kersey and the Night Lords began a brutal campaign in the region of Thramis, seeking to cripple Imperial defenses and delay any relief that might reach Terra. This conflict became known as the Thramis Crusade. For years, the Dark Angels and the Night Lords fought across scattered systems, their fleets clashing again and again in the darkness between the stars. At one point, Kersey sent a beacon through the void, inviting the Lion to meet him on the world of Zagwalsa. The meeting began with measured words between the two Primarchs, yet the calm did not last. Insults soon turned to violence. The Lion struck first, and the parley collapsed into a desperate struggle. Kersey nearly strangled the life from his brother before one of the Dark Angels struck the Night Haunter from behind. Both sides withdrew their wounded Primarchs, and the long war between their legions continued. Later, the Dark Angels reached the world of Perditus, where an ancient device known as the Tukulcha engine had drawn the attention of several forces. The machine possessed strange intelligence and the ability to guide ships through the warp with incredible precision. The Lion seized the device and ordered the destruction of the world to ensure it could not be reclaimed. During the following warp passage, his fleet was attacked by demons, and the Primarch restored the Legion's Librarians to combat the threat, despite the earlier decree that had forbidden their use. In the chaos of battle, the Lion encountered the great demon Kairos Fate Weaver. The creature attempted to sway him toward the ruinous powers, but the Primarch answered with unshaken loyalty and struck the demon down. Using the Tukulcha engine once more, the Dark Angels launched a devastating ambush against the Night Lord's fleet. Many of Kersey's ships were destroyed, and the Night Haunter himself was badly wounded, though he escaped before the Lion could end him. For a time, Kersey even infiltrated the flagship Invincible Reason, stalking its halls and killing those who hunted him. The Lion pursued him for many weeks through the vast vessel, yet the elusive Primarch always vanished before he could be found. Meanwhile, the Imperium itself was being torn apart. A massive warp storm known as the Ruin Storm cut the galaxy in half and made travel nearly impossible. Guided by the mysterious beacon of the alien device called the Pharos, the Dark Angels finally reached the world of Magrag in the realm of Ultramar. There they met Robut, Gilliman, and Sanguinius, and together the three Primarchs founded a new realm known as Imperium Secundus. Sanguinius was named its ruler, while the Lion became the supreme commander of its military forces. Life within Imperium Secundus was uneasy. The Lion and Gilliman often disagreed on how the new empire should be governed, especially as Kersey continued to spread terror across Magrog. Eventually, the Lion cornered the Night Haunter during a fierce battle in the city of Alma Mons. Their duel ended with the Lion breaking Kersey's spine and carrying the wounded Primarch before Gilliman and Sanguinius. A tribunal was held where Kersey defended his actions. He claimed that he merely followed the nature for which he had been created. When accusations and anger filled the chamber, Gilliman shattered the Lion's sword in fury, and the council dissolved in chaos. The Lion withdrew from Imperium Secundus soon afterward, yet before departing completely, he returned to take custody of Cursi, believing the traitor's prophetic visions might reveal whether the Emperor still lived. In time, the three Primarchs abandoned the dream of Imperium Secundus and attempted to break through the vast ruin storm to reach Terra. Their fleets traveled through the warp while facing monstrous horrors that stalked the storm. Eventually, they reached the world of Davin, where Horus had first fallen to corruption. A massive battle erupted both in orbit and upon the ground. Demonic hosts gathered around the ruined temple of the Serpent Lodge, while Space Marines fought through ash and fire. During the struggle, Gilliman and the Lion fought side by side against a towering soul grinder daemon engine. Above them, the Void War raged as ships were destroyed and the sky burned. When the battle finally ended, Davin itself was destroyed by cyclonic torpedoes. The collapse of the planet weakened the ruin storm and revealed a narrow path toward Terra. Yet the route was guarded by a wall of traitor fleets. To clear the way, Gilliman and the Lion launched diversionary attacks, while Sanguinius and the Blood Angels slipped through the opening and raced toward the throne world. Later, believing that Terra might already have fallen, the Lion turned his fury toward the home worlds of the traitor legions. Worlds such as Kamos and Barbarus were devastated during a campaign remembered as the Passage of the Angels. After these campaigns, the Dark Angels traveled to Deliverance, the home world of the Raven Guard. There the Lion found Layman Russ and Corvus Corax gathering what remained of their legions. The Lion questioned why Corax had not fought on the main fronts of the war, yet Russ reminded him that the survival of the remaining loyal forces still carried great value. Russ agreed to join what the Lion had begun to call a crusade of vengeance. Warriors of the Space Wolves prepared to march beside the Dark Angels, many equipped with the newly forged suits of Mark Corvus power armor. Corax remained cautious. His legion had suffered terribly earlier in the war, and he was unwilling to commit them fully to a campaign driven by anger. Only a small force of Raven Guard accompanied the other legions. Eventually, the Dark Angels set course for Terra itself. The long war had carried them across half the galaxy, and at last they turned toward the throne world. But the journey came too late. By the time their fleet arrived, the siege of Terra had already ended. Horus had been slain, the Emperor lay mortally wounded upon the Golden Throne, and the fate of the Imperium had changed forever. In the uneasy calm that followed the siege of Terra, when the Imperium struggled to steady itself after unimaginable devastation, the surviving loyalist legions spread across the stars to hunt down the shattered remnants of Horus's rebellion. Among those relentless pursuers were the warriors of the First Legion, who took part in the long and punishing campaigns that later came to be known as the Great Scouring. During these years of pursuit, the Dark Angels turned their fleet toward Caliban, their distant homeworld, a place they had not visited in many standard years, while violent warp storms and the churning ruin storm had cut it off from safe navigation since Horus first declared his betrayal. Now those storms had finally receded, and as their ships approached the familiar world, the warriors of the Legion expected only reunion and recovery after the horrors of the war. Instead, the fleet was met by the thunder of weapons rising from the planet's surface, as batteries hidden among Caliban's forests and fortresses opened fire upon the returning sons of the Lion. Shock and disbelief spread through the fleet, while Lion L. Johnson withdrew his ships beyond the range of the guns and sought to uncover what madness had taken hold of his homeworld. Slowly, the truth emerged that Luther, once his mentor and trusted companion, had allowed bitterness to take root within him and had turned many of the Dark Angels stationed on Caliban against their own Primarch. Luther had whispered that L. Johnson sought only glory for himself, while others were forgotten, and these poisonous doubts spread through the garrison and the new recruits raised upon the planet until their loyalty to the Primarch faltered. When Lionel Johnson realized that corruption far deeper than simple resentment had taken hold, and that the warriors below had indeed been tainted by the powers of chaos, his anger was terrible to behold. From orbit, he ordered the fleet to bombard the planet's defenses, and fire rained down upon Caliban until its shields and fortifications shattered beneath the relentless storm. Only after the guns fell silent did the Primarch descend with his warriors, leading the Dark Angels down to the surface where the ancient fortress monastery of the Order stood amid the smoking ruins. Within those dark halls, he confronted Luther himself, who had been elevated by the gifts of the Chaos Gods until his strength rivaled that of a Primarch. Their meeting became a battle of unimaginable force, and the fury of their duel shook the monastery until its walls collapsed around them, while the wider planet trembled under the continuing bombardment from orbit. As their combat raged, the surface of Caliban itself began to fracture, though the fleet above could not yet see the damage they had unleashed upon their own homeworld. Lion L. Johnson struck Luther down and wounded him grievously. Yet in that moment he could not bring himself to kill the man who had once been brother, mentor, and companion in the long years of the Legion's rise. Luther answered with a surge of sorcerous power that mortally wounded the Primarch, and in that terrible instant the truth of what he had done seemed to fall upon him like a sudden awakening from deception. The hatred that had guided him vanished, and he collapsed to the floor in despair, unwilling to continue the fight, while the wounded lion lay dying before him. The ruinous powers, enraged that another of their servants had slipped from their grasp, answered with a catastrophe that shook the world. A vast warp storm descended upon Caliban, tearing through its skies while reality itself strained beneath the violent surge of empiric force. Under that pressure, the planet broke apart, its crust splitting and collapsing until almost nothing remained except the fortress monastery of the Order, which endured behind powerful defensive fields while the rest of the world shattered into ruin. Those dark angels who had followed Luther into the worship of chaos were dragged into the warp by the violent storm, scattered through space and time so completely that none could say where they would appear again. From that moment, they were known as the Fallen Angels, or simply the Fallen, a name that would echo through the long centuries to come. When the surviving Dark Angels finally descended the shattered remnants of Caliban, they found little more than a drifting fragment of rock supporting the ancient monastery. Within its broken halls, they discovered Luther alive, but broken in spirit, whispering that Lionel Johnson had been taken by the mysterious Watchers in the dark and would one day return to forgive the sins that had destroyed their brotherhood. Despite searching through the ruins, the Dark Angels could find no trace of their Primarch anywhere upon the shattered world. In truth, the Lion still lived, though he had fallen into a deep and silent coma, and the Watchers in the dark had hidden him within a secret chamber buried far beneath the fortress monastery, where none of his sons could ever find him. Only the Emperor of mankind upon the golden throne and the Watchers themselves knew this hidden truth about the fate of the Lion, while even the greatest masters of the chapter remained unaware of what had truly occurred. Over time, quiet legends began to circulate within the chapter that the Lion would one day return when the Imperium faced its final war, and that on that distant day the Dark Angels would fight at his side once more. 10,000 years later, a captured fallen named Merir Astelen spoke of these events in a very different way, claiming that Lion L. Johnson had delayed his journey to Terra during the Great War, not because he was too far away, but because he wished to see whether Horus or the Emperor would prevail. According to Astalon, it was he who ordered the defensive batteries of Caliban to fire upon the returning fleet, believing that those who remained loyal to the Lion would never forgive those who had turned upon their brothers. The Dark Angels dismissed this version of events as the distorted memory of one long lost to the warp, though some elements of the story troubled those who heard it, for it hinted that the Lion himself might once have faltered in spirit, even if his loyalty never truly failed. With their Primarch missing and their homeworld reduced to a shattered fragment drifting through space, the surviving Dark Angels faced the weight of betrayal and loss that had torn their legion apart. In those bleak years after the Horus Heresy, they swore that the shame of Caliban would never be revealed to the wider Imperium, and that they would redeem themselves only by hunting down the fallen angels wherever fate had scattered them. The leaders of the Legion understood that if the truth of Caliban's betrayal became known, they might be declared excommunicate traitorous and condemned as traitors beyond redemption. To prevent such a fate, the senior masters gathered in secret council and formed what became known as the Inner Circle, a hidden conclave bound by solemn vows and shared knowledge of the Legion's darkest secret. Within the Legion, a system of quiet vigilance slowly took shape, one that demanded every warrior watch his brothers and even himself for signs of corruption or doubt. Suspicion and secrecy became woven into the very structure of the chapter, and the habit of hidden scrutiny continued to shape the Dark Angels for thousands of years. The destruction of Caliban could not be concealed entirely. Forsikers across the galaxy had felt the violent warp storm that consumed the world, and had witnessed the immense flare of energy when the storm struck the fortress monastery's unyielding shields. Even so, the Dark Angels constructed a careful story, explaining that their homeworld had simply been lost to a catastrophic warp disturbance during the chaos that followed the heresy. Each surviving warrior of the First Legion swore binding oaths never to reveal what had truly happened, and the matter faded amid the many tragedies that filled those troubled years. Across the Imperium, the retreating traitor legions continued to strike from the shadows, and worlds already weakened by civil war soon faced the rising threat of Xenos invasion. When Imperial authorities investigated the fate of the Dark Angels, they found only a battered legion mourning its losses while preparing to continue the long war. With countless crises unfolding across the Imperium, there was little time to question further, and the Dark Angels soon returned to battle wherever their strength was needed, leaving only a small force to oversee the reconstruction of the shattered fortress that would become known as the Rock. The Legion divided its remaining fleet and answered distress calls from every direction. In the Cadian sector, they fought beside the Blood Angels, whose own grief still burned after the death of their Primarch Sanguinius during the siege of Terra. Together, the two legions drove traitors and demons alike back toward exile. On the plague-cursed world of Seption Prime, Dark Angels Terminator companies arrived, just in time to shield the withdrawal of Ultramarines' forces, holding the line until the world itself was destroyed by Exterminatus, rather than fall completely to the corruption of Nurgle. Those who fought beside the Dark Angels during these campaigns spoke of them with admiration, for their warriors fought with grim determination and unwavering devotion to the destruction of the Emperor's enemies. Yet when the Legion returned to the Rock after those wars, they discovered something that unsettled even their hardened resolve. At first, they had believed that the traitors who followed Luther had perished in the storm that destroyed Caliban, swept away forever into the depths of the warp. The librarians of the Legion began to search through psychic scrying for any sign of their lost Primarch, and though the lion remained beyond their sight, they sensed faint traces of the fallen scattered throughout the galaxy. Those traces suggested that the traitors had survived the catastrophe, though their presence was distant and fading, leaving the Dark Angels with the uneasy knowledge that the stain of Caliban had not yet been erased. When the masters of the First Legion realized that the Fallen had survived the destruction of Caliban, they faced the news with outward calm, even while the truth stirred deep unrest within them. The continued existence of those traitors carried a terrible risk, for any one of them might reveal the hidden shame of the Legion and expose the secret that the Dark Angels had guarded so carefully. Yet that same truth also offered a fragile hope, for if the Fallen could be found and forced to repent or destroyed utterly, then perhaps the stain upon the Legion's honor might one day be washed away. Within the hidden councils of the inner circle, the Grandmasters swore a solemn oath that would shape the destiny of their chapter for 10,000 years. They declared that so long as even one fallen angel lived unrepentant among the stars, the Sons of the Lion would remain unforgiven in the eyes of the Emperor. From that moment, a secret mission began, one that would guide the actions of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters through the long centuries to come. Quietly and without explanation, they began a relentless search for the scattered traitors, pursuing whispers and rumors across distant worlds, while presenting themselves to the Imperium as loyal warriors like any other chapter. The hunt for the Fallen became the highest duty of the Dark Angels, a purpose that often overshadowed every other responsibility they carried as defenders of humanity. There were times when their warriors abandoned battlefields still burning with conflict against the enemies of the Imperium, turning away from open war simply to chase a rumor that one of the fallen had been sighted nearby. To outsiders, such decisions seemed strange and unexplained, but within the inner circle, the reason was always the same. The Dark Angels could never truly rest until the last of the fallen had been captured or destroyed, and the long quest for redemption continued without end. In the closing years of the 41st millennium, an unexpected event drew the Dark Angels toward the Fenris system, where the return of the heavily mutated warriors of the Space Wolves' 13th Company stirred old tensions and new dangers. Supreme Grandmaster Israel led a crusade to that distant region, only to discover that the system had already fallen into chaos beneath a spreading demonic invasion. The conflict forced harsh decisions, and Azrael ordered the bombardment of Midgardia, one of the world's most heavily infested by demonic forces. During those desperate actions, a far more insidious threat was revealed when the shape-shifting demon known as the Changeling was discovered aboard the rock itself. The creature had been manipulating events with subtle cunning, deliberately provoking hostility between the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves as part of a larger scheme guided by Magnus the Red, Daemon Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Soon, the deception erupted into open war as a demonic force assaulted the rock, spreading battle through its docks, halls, and hidden passages. In that moment, the rival chapters were forced to fight side by side against a common enemy, joined as well by a detachment of Grey Knights who had followed their own psychic visions to the system. Through their combined strength, the invasion was finally driven back, though the uneasy alliance did little to ease the old rivalry between the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves. When the battles ended, their relationship remained strained, the memory of manipulation and suspicion lingering long after the daemons had been banished. Toward the final years of the 41st millennium, the Eye of Terror erupted with renewed fury as vast armies of chaos surged outward into the Cadian Gate. At their head stood Abaddon, the Despoiler, launching the great campaign that would be remembered as the 13th Black Crusade. Amid the countless enemies pouring from the warp, the Dark Angels detected the presence of many fallen, and this discovery drove them to take great risks in pursuit of their ancient oath. Calling upon the scattered chapters of the Unforgiven, they launched a fierce assault against the renegade hosts gathering across the Cadian sector. Their warriors fought in many desperate engagements as warp storms and violent battles scattered their forces across distant systems. Among these struggles, they stood against a powerful demonic host, commanded by the greater demon Karnak, holding defensive lines against overwhelming numbers, while the wider war raged around them. Increasing warp turbulence prevented the different Dark Angels' forces from regrouping, leaving each contingent isolated in the midst of the growing catastrophe. Only the 4th Company under Master Gorahel succeeded in reaching the fortress world of Cadia itself. There they fought through the final battles of the doomed planet, but neither the company nor their strike cruiser named Sword of Defiance survived the destruction that followed when Cadia finally fell beneath the advancing tides of chaos. As the war for Cadia reached its terrible climax, the Librarians of the Dark Angels experienced a sudden wave of dread that swept through their minds like a storm breaking across the warp. Even within the protective shielding of the rock, they were overwhelmed by fragmentary visions that flickered and vanished before they could fully understand them. Among those who witnessed these portents, the experience of Ezekiel, the Grand Master of Librarians, stood apart in terrible clarity. In his vision, he saw the fallen gathered in vast numbers, far greater than the inner circle had ever imagined possible. The revelation carried a deeper truth as well, for Ezekiel understood that Luther had rebuilt the First Legion upon Caliban before its destruction, and that a great many of those warriors had survived the catastrophe, drawn into the warp where they remained hidden for ages beyond counting. When the vision faded, Ezekiel was left with one final impression, an image of the entire galaxy trembling beneath an approaching doom. That doom soon revealed itself when Cadia finally fell and the power of the warp surged outward across the stars. For a time, the Imperium saw only darkness as the stars themselves vanished from the sky during the strange and terrifying period known as the Noctis Eterna. When the darkness lifted, a vast wound had opened across the galaxy, a rift in reality so immense that it dwarfed even the Eye of Terror. This terrible divide, called the Cicatrix Maledictum, or the Great Rift, split the galaxy apart and left the rock stranded within the distant region known as Imperium Nihilus, cut off entirely from the guiding light of the Astronomicon. In the uncertain years that followed the opening of the Great Rift, the Dark Angels faced new trials that shook even their ancient fortress. As the darkness of the Noctis Eterna faded and the Imperium struggled to understand the changed galaxy, the rock itself came under attack by a demonic host led by the fallen demon prince Marbas. The enemy forced their way through the fortress void shields and spread violent battle across the docks, the great halls, and the labyrinth of hidden chambers buried deep within the asteroid stronghold. After fierce fighting, the invaders vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving behind only destruction and the uneasy sense that their true purpose had not been revealed. In the deepest dungeon of the rock, one prisoner vanished during the chaos, a figure known only to the Supreme Grand Master himself. Luther, the ancient betrayer of Caliban, had escaped from his hidden cell, and Azrael suspected that the entire invasion had been little more than a distraction meant to free him. Yet this suspicion remained known only to Azrael, for the secret of Luther's imprisonment could never be shared with the wider chapter. Soon afterward, forces from several unforgiven chapters gathered above the shrine world of Darkmoor, guided by their librarians who believed newly appeared fallen might be found there. Warriors from the Angels of Vengeance, the Consecrators, and the Guardians of the Covenant descended upon the planet, expecting to hunt traitors among its cathedrals and cities. Instead, they discovered a world already devastated, its cathedrals shattered, and its people slaughtered, while armies of demons and renegades waited in ambush among the ruins. Warp storms closed around the system, trapping the unforgiven within a battlefield that quickly became a disaster of staggering scale. When the fighting finally ended, fewer than 100 Space Marines survived from the 1,000 who had entered the conflict, escaping only because they followed the mysterious figure known as Cypher to a hidden teleportation device that allowed them to flee the doomed world. In the wake of this catastrophe, Azrael called for an emergency council among the Supreme Grand Masters of the Unforgiven, hoping to gather his scattered brethren despite the dangers of the warp. Through great effort, the Dark Angel's Librarians sent desperate astropathic summons across the rift, though several of them died from the strain of piercing the veil that divided the galaxy. One by one, the loyal sons of the Lion began their journey toward the rock, though many never arrived, lost to the warp or trapped within distant wars that raged across the Imperium. Before the last of the successors could gather, another fleet suddenly appeared in orbit around the rock, and Azrael feared that judgment had finally come for the hidden sins of his chapter. The ships belonged not to the Unforgiven but to Roboot Gilliman, the returned Primarch of the Ultramarines and Lord Commander of the Imperium. After tense deliberation, Azrael chose not to withdraw or resist, allowing Gil-He-Man's vessels to dock peacefully with the fortress. It soon became clear that the Primarch had not come to condemn the Dark Angels, but to strengthen them, for within the holds of Archimagos Dominus Belisarius Gaul's immense freighter marched ranks of newly created Primaris Space Marines. These warriors had been fashioned from the pure genetic legacy of Lion L. Johnson and arrived clad in new armor bearing the colors of the Dark Angels. At a brief council, Gilliman explained the threats facing the Imperium and spoke of the changes to the Codex Astartes, granting the Sons of the Lion permission to maintain their ancient wings and traditions so long as they remained loyal to the Emperor. With renewed strength, the Dark Angels and their successors moved into the darkest reaches of Imperium Nihilus, answering distress calls and continuing their ancient hunt for the fallen while pursuing signs of Cypher and the demon prince Marbas. Across war zones such as the campaigns of the Stygius sector, they fought beside Imperial Guard regiments and even alongside the Space Wolves, confronting the forces of Sinch and the Thousand Sons amid a spreading tide of rebellion and corruption. Though suspicion lingered between the chapters, the scale of the war forced them to cooperate, and only the unexpected arrival of an Eldari strike force from Ulthway allowed the Imperial warriors to withdraw safely from the doomed system. In the years that followed, the Primaris warriors proved themselves capable fighters, adapting to the traditions of the Unforgiven and earning trust through battle across many war zones. Yet the Dark Angels never abandoned their natural caution, and the integration of these new warriors remained slow and carefully watched. As the Primaris warriors continued to serve beside their older brethren, a difficult question slowly emerged among the leaders of the Unforgiven. Some argued that these new Space Marines could never be trusted with the deepest secrets of the chapter, for they had not endured the long traditions and careful indoctrination that shaped the original Dark Angels. Others believed that as true heirs of Lion L. Johnson's gene seed, they possessed the strength of mind required to bear those truths, and that they might one day play an essential role in the final reckoning with the fallen. The debate grew increasingly urgent as reports reached Azrael of troubling events within the distant Somnium stars, where Whisper spoke of a gathering of the fallen under a hidden leader. With Luther now free somewhere within the galaxy, Azrael suspected that the ancient betrayer himself might stand behind this mustering. Faced with such danger, he concluded that the Unforgiven might soon need every warrior capable of understanding the truth behind their endless hunt. After long consideration, he decided that certain Primarchs warriors could indeed be inducted into the inner circle if they proved worthy and possessed the resilience to face the revelation. Many chapter masters objected strongly to this decision, and Azrael risked deep division among the Sons of the Lion. Unable to reveal the secret of Luther's escape, he offered instead a single test that would demonstrate his faith in the Primarchs warriors. The Deathwing had nominated one warrior named Brother Afarin, a former Grey Shield whose courage and skill had already drawn their attention. Azrael declared that if Afarin could pass the trials of the Deathwing and endure the truth of the chapter's hidden history, then the path would open for others to follow. Under Azrael's direct supervision, Afaron faced the trials and emerged successful, and though some masters remained doubtful, they accepted the judgment of their supreme Grand Master. With this matter settled, the Dark Angels and their successors resumed their endless campaigns across the fractured galaxy, breaking sieges and crushing rebellions while continuing their relentless search for any sign of the fallen. The Primarchs warriors brought with them knowledge of Mars and of the returned Primarch Gilliman that the Dark Angels had never possessed before, providing valuable insight into events unfolding across the Imperium. Even so, the chapter remained wary of the Martian magi who accompanied them, allowing those tech priests only limited access to the rock, while their own tech marines and apothecaries worked to master the secrets required to create Primarchs warriors without outside assistance. Meanwhile, the growing strength and coordination of the Unforgiven drew suspicion from certain Inquisitors, some of whom whispered that the Dark Angels were rebuilding their ancient legion in defiance of Imperial law. Other voices argued that such strength was necessary to counter the rising influence of Ultramar and to defend the Imperium during its darkest age. Amid these debates, darker rumors continued to circulate, carried by psychic echoes and the confessions of captured prisoners, all suggesting that the fallen were gathering in the shadows of Imperium Nihilus. Even as these rumors spread, a far older legend stirred quietly within the rock itself. Deep within its hidden chambers, Lion L. Johnson finally awakened from the long sleep that had held him since the destruction of Caliban. Unlike Gilliman, whose gifts lay in command and governance, the Lion had always been a warrior and a hunter first and foremost. Now he walked once more through a galaxy consumed by darkness, pursuing vengeance against the enemies that had scarred the Imperium. Strangely, stories of a mysterious warrior began spreading across isolated worlds even before news of the Lion's return reached the wider Imperium. Witnesses spoke of a towering figure appearing from mist-filled passageways to destroy monstrous foes before vanishing once again, but being sometimes called the Cowl Giant or the Unforgiving Knight. Each appearance was said to be preceded by fleeting visions of ancient forests drifting through the warp, though only the Primarch himself knew the true nature of the strange power that allowed him to move between distant worlds as though stepping through hidden paths within the Empyrean. During the days of the Great Crusade, the warriors of the Dark Angels wore armor of deep jet black, a color that marked the Legion before the storms of the Heresy reshaped their history. Not long after their Primarch was reunited with the warriors of the First Legion, a quiet division began to grow between those born upon Caliban and their Terran-born brethren. Among the Calibanite warriors, a different custom appeared upon their armor. On the right shoulder plate, where a space marine would usually display rank or organization, they were permitted to bear the personal heraldry of their knightly orders, a reminder of the traditions they had carried from their forested homeworld. The left shoulder carried another sign of remembrance. By decree of L. Johnson, the Calibanite Astartes wore the dark green of Caliban's forests, honoring the battles once fought beneath those ancient trees while the lion brought the world under his rule. After the heresy, that green slowly became the color of the chapter as a whole. Most of the Dark Angels came to wear armor of dark green, though the panoply of the First and Second Companies remained jet black, preserving the memory of the Legion's original colors. Another color would appear later within the ranks of the Deathwing. Their armor became bone white, a tradition born from a battle remembered in chapter legend. It is said that a band of Deathwing warriors returned to the world of their birth and found their people enslaved by a vast Genstealer cult. According to the customs of their people, the warriors repainted their armor white, marking themselves as dead men walking, ghosts who had already accepted their fate as they set out to cleanse their world of the Genstealer's taint. From that time onward, the Deathwing have continued to wear their Terminator armor in bone white, a quiet remembrance of those who came before. On the battlefield, the armor of a Dark Angel also carries signs of duty and role. The right pauldron bears the icon that marks a warrior's specialty, whether battle line, close support, fire support, or veteran. The squad number is displayed there as well in Low Gothic, while the left shoulder carries the winged blade of the chapter. For the brothers of the Battle and Reserve Companies, their company markings appear upon the left knee blade. Across long campaigns, additional symbols sometimes appear. Campaign badges mark especially large wars fought alongside many forces of the Imperium, quiet records of struggles endured. Veteran warriors of the Dark Angels are often seen beneath hooded cloaks and heavy tabards. These garments reflect the shame the chapter carries over the actions of the fallen angels near the end of the Great Crusade. The cloaks and hoods are worn by those who have learned enough of the chapter's hidden past, members of the veterans in the inner circle who bear that knowledge along with their rank. Even the chapter's apothecaries carry a distinct appearance. Their armor remains black across most of the body, yet the backpack, groin, and torso are painted bone white. Down the center of the helmet runs a single vertical stripe of red, a stark line against the darker colors. The badge of the Dark Angels carries an image older than the chapter itself. It is a winged sword set upon a green roundel, an ancient symbol once used by the Order on the world of Caliban. Over time, this emblem became the mark by which the warriors of the chapter are known across the Imperium. Within the chapter, variations of the symbol appear among its different companies. The Deathwing bears a version where the winged sword is shown broken, a distinct form that sets the company apart while still echoing the ancient icon. The Ravenwing carries another variation where a sword is held by a single wing and the claw of a raven. The Company of Scouts, the 10th company of the chapter, bears a simpler badge. Their symbol is the Dark Angel sword without the wings, a quiet sign that these warriors are still neophytes. In time, once they have proven themselves as full battle brothers of the chapter, they will earn those wings. Since the destruction of Caliban, the Dark Angels have no true homeworld of their own, and so their search for new warriors carries them quietly across many distant Imperial planets. Most of these worlds live at a feudal level of life and technology, places not unlike Caliban itself before the Emperor first arrived. Only rarely do the chapter's representatives appear there, often no more than once within the span of an ordinary human lifetime. And when they do, they seek out the strongest and most promising youths among the population. Those chosen are examined with great care, and once a boy is accepted into the chapter as a neophyte, his former life fades away and loses all meaning. What he once was no longer matters. From that moment, he begins the long and difficult rites that shape him into a space marine. Yet failure carries a far harsher fate. If the trials cannot be completed, the aspirant's mind is wiped clean, and the body is remade into a servitor, one of the silent cybernetic laborers that carry out the endless duties of the chapter. The Dark Angels rely on such servitors more than many other chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. Human serfs and bondsmen are kept in smaller numbers, for the chapter guards its secrets with deep caution, and living attendants might one day be compromised or forced to reveal what must remain hidden. For a time after the Horus Heresy, the chapter drew all of its recruits from a single world known as Blaine's World. Many years later, a returning group of Deathwing discovered that this lone recruiting ground had already fallen. Half a century earlier, the planet had been overrun by Tyranid gen stealers, leaving only a handful of untainted humans scattered among a population that had long been enslaved. The Terminators of the Deathwing knew what duty demanded. Their honor required that the gen stealers be destroyed, even though the chance of survival was almost non-existent. Before battle, they prepared themselves with an ancient ritual of death. In earlier times, their skin would have been covered in white ash, but now the ritual took a different form. Instead, they anointed their armor, and its color became the pale shade of bone. The battle that followed cleansed the world and freed the surviving people from their captors. In memory of those warriors who fought there, the armor of all Dark Angels Terminators has ever since remained bone white. Afterward, the leaders of the chapter, the Inner Circle, recognized the danger of depending on a single world for new blood, and the Dark Angels began to draw their recruits from many different Imperial worlds once again. To the galactic north of the Eye of Terror, within the distant reaches of the Cadian sector, drift the ruins of the world once known as Caliban. Long before the age of the Great Crusade and the terrible betrayal of the Horus Heresy, Caliban had been a death world of deep and ancient forests, where monstrous creatures roamed beneath dark canopies, their forms shaped by the lingering influence of chaos that seeped outward from the nearby eye. The human inhabitants of that harsh world lived disciplined and martial lives within immense stone fortress monasteries, their societies forged by constant vigilance against the horrors that stalked the wilderness. In the distant past, the knightly order that ruled Caliban had raised its first and most sacred fortress upon the slopes of a mountain called Alduruk, a name spoken in an old Calibanite dialect of Low Gothic that meant the Rock of Eternity. The fortress took its name from that mountain, and the name came to embody the ideals of those who had built it, for Alduruk was not only stone and mortar, but a symbol of the purpose they believed would endure long after their own lives had passed. Though other strongholds were later raised across Caliban, Alduruk remained the first foundation of their order, the place where their vision had first taken shape. After the destruction of Caliban, the Dark Angels rebuilt their fortress monastery upon the dead asteroid that carried the shattered remnants of that ancient site. The new stronghold was officially named Angelicosta, the Tower of Angels, yet among the chapter it was most often called simply the Rock, a name inherited from the ancient mountain whose legacy still lingered in memory and stone. The ruins that crowned the asteroid bore the scars of the terrible warp storm that had torn Caliban apart. Although the shields of the fortress monastery had endured the fury of that storm, the force field itself had been cracked by the violence of the tempest, and within its protective shell, strange disturbances remained even now. Across the thin, artificial atmosphere that surrounded the jagged mass of the asteroid, arcs of chain lightning flickered and crawled through the darkness, briefly illuminating the broken remains of the old structures that crowned the rock. Deep beneath those shattered ruins, the Dark Angels explored the vast halls and forgotten chambers that had survived from earlier ages. Within those silent spaces, they discovered a horde of machines that had lain untouched since the distant age of technology, relics from a time when humanity had mastered sciences that were now barely understood. Some of those devices still functioned, including the immense shield generator that continued to protect the fortress monastery, although the workings of such ancient mechanisms had long since become mysterious, even to the most learned of the chapter's tech marines. The surviving halls beneath the rock were already vast, yet the Dark Angels undertook a labor that would stretch across centuries as they carved deeper and deeper into the bedrock of the asteroid. New catacombs and chambers were excavated until the labyrinth beneath the fortress could house an entire Space Marine Legion. With the assistance of tech priests of Mars, enormous docking bays were constructed within the rock's interior so that spacecraft could enter its cavernous holds, and over the long years, warp drive engines were installed that allowed the entire asteroid stronghold to travel through the tides of the Immaterium. The artisans who shaped those halls filled them with towering columns that rose toward vaulted ceilings, while ceremonial crypts were fashioned to hold the sacred relics of the First Legion. Yet despite the grandeur of those constructions, the rock remained a somber place, a fortress of cold stone where long corridors carried echoes through the darkness. Even as only a fragment of the world that had once been Caliban, the rock was immense, far larger than the heaviest classes of starship, and its outer surfaces bristled with formidable weapons. Gun turrets, lance batteries, torpedo tubes, observation blisters, and communications relays studded the sheer sides of the asteroid, while the cavernous docks within could shelter hundreds of smaller vessels, including Thunderhawk gunships, Nephilim jet fighters, and even escort frigates. Atop the rock, the shattered Tower of Angels was never rebuilt, and the ruins were left untouched, silent beneath the protection of the same force fields that had preserved them from the destruction of Caliban. Attempts were made to conceal the unusual energy signature that radiated from the asteroid, yet the emanations hinted that some great and hidden power lay within. Far below those ruins stretched the labyrinthine warrens where the deepest secrets of the Dark Angels were concealed. In those shadow chambers, the chapter brought captured members of the fallen angels so that their interrogator chaplains might seek their redemption through relentless questioning and ritual penance. The Inquisition suspected that many other secrets of great importance to the Imperium were hidden within those depths, though the truth was known only to a few within the chapter. A dark angel learned the full measure of those secrets only when he rose to the rank of master and entered the inner circles of command. Yet even among the masters, one secret remained known only to the Supreme Grand Master himself, for deep within the most secure caverns of the rock, the traitor Luther had long been imprisoned. Luther had descended into incurable madness, and through the long millennia he raved endlessly that confession and repentance were unnecessary, for he believed that one day Lion L. Johnson would return and grant him forgiveness for his betrayal of the Emperor. Near the heart of the rock, far beneath layers of adamantium gates and wards inscribed with the most potent runes known to mankind, lay a single oubliette where he was held. Within that chamber, the broken man who had once been Luther was sustained by a powerful stasis field that had preserved his life for 10,000 years. Only the Supreme Grand Master of the chapter could reach that place, and only by using the ancient blade known as the Sword of Secrets, fitting it into a hidden cleft within the stone to unlock the path that led to the rune-protected cell. For nearly 10,000 years, the Dark Angels had guarded the truth of what happened upon Caliban, never allowing that shameful history to be known beyond the chapter. Deep within the rock, the imprisoned arch-traitor continued his endless ravings, sometimes speaking with a voice that sounded disturbingly inhuman as it whispered cunning lies or uttered despair so profound that hearing it could break the spirit of those who listened. Yet during rare moments of clarity, Luther spoke as though he could glimpse fragments of the future, offering hints about hidden relics or revealing the names and locations of some among the fallen angels scattered across the galaxy. Because of those strange revelations, each Supreme Grand Master had in turn walked the long path down into the depths of the rock, seeking answers from the creature that Luther had become. Still, the mad prisoner never confessed his crimes, repeating again and again that he would one day be a absolved when the lion returned. Despite the centuries of failed attempts, the Supreme Grandmasters continued to hope that one day the Dark Oracle might yield wisdom that would finally bring an end to the torments of the fallen man. In more recent times, the rock itself was attacked by demons following the birth of the Great Rift and the end of the long darkness known as the Noctis Eterna. The assault was led by the fallen angel demon prince Marbas, and though it appeared at first to be nothing more than a rampage of destruction, Supreme Grandmaster Azrael understood its true purpose. The attack had served as a diversion, allowing Luther to escape from the prison where he had been confined for millennia, and since that moment his whereabouts had remained unknown. Even among the highest ranks of the Dark Angels, there remain secrets that none of them truly understand, though many believe that they do. Hidden deeper still within the rock, beyond the knowledge of the inner circle, and far from the scrutiny of the Inquisition, lies a truth that only a single being in the galaxy fully comprehends. The Emperor of Mankind, though confined to the Golden Throne in a state between life and death, still perceives far more than any living servant of the Imperium can imagine. Within a secluded chamber buried in the innermost heart of what was once the planet of Caliban, unreachable by any except the mysterious watchers in the dark, the Primarch Lion L. Johnson lies in quiet slumber. His wounds have long since healed, and he rests in silence while the ages pass, awaiting the distant moment when he will again be needed to answer the call of battle and defend the Imperium of Man against its countless enemies. Long ago, during his final duel with Luther upon Caliban, the Lion suffered a devastating psychic blow that left him mortally wounded. As the world was torn apart by the violent forces unleashed during that conflict, the Primarch was pulled into the warp and believed lost by the warriors of the Dark Angels who survived the catastrophe. Yet the truth was different from what those warriors believed, for Lionel Johnson emerged from the warp not long afterward upon the rock itself. His nature as a Primarch shielded him from the grasp of the ruinous powers, though the terrible injuries he had suffered left him in a deep and unbroken coma. After Luther had been captured by the Dark Angels, the unconscious body of their Primarch was taken into the deepest chamber within the rock and placed within a stasis field so that his life would be preserved. It was the enigmatic watchers in the dark who guided the wounded Primarch to that hidden sanctuary, leaving him to rest where none among his sons would discover the truth. Among the unforgiven, there are those who quietly believe that the Lion will one day return to lead a final crusade. A war that will bring the Dark Angels their greatest victory and at last deliver justice upon the scattered remnants of the fallen angels. Others hold a different belief, thinking that their Primarch will awaken only when the final days approach and the Imperium stands upon the brink of destruction. In those whispered hopes, the Lion emerges from the immaterium to forgive the sins of the fallen and unite them once more with the rest of the unforgiven before the last great battle begins. Yet the truth remains hidden beneath their very feet, for the Primarch they await has never truly departed and continues to sleep quietly within the heart of the rock. Within most Space Marine chapters, there exists a role known as the Master of the Forge, the most senior tech marine whose long years of study have granted him a profound understanding of the arcane sciences maintained by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Such an individual often possesses knowledge comparable to that of a magos, and he oversees the maintenance and sacred rituals that keep a chapter's war machines functioning. Among the Dark Angels, a similar responsibility exists, though it bears a more ominous form and is known as the Office of the Master of the Rock. When a tech marine ascends to this position, he follows a tradition that binds him permanently to the fortress itself, for his body is cybernetically integrated into a vast control chamber of cogitators buried deep within the asteroid stronghold. There he becomes the mind that oversees the ancient systems of the rock, communing with the most important machine spirits while directing the maintenance of the immense engines and the warp drive that allow the asteroid fortress to travel across the galaxy. Through that permanent connection, it is his thoughts alone that perceive the subtle workings of the shield generator that continues to protect the rock from the dangers of space. The masters who held this position before him remain in place within that chamber even after their mortal lives have ended. Their cybernetic augmentations continue to function long after flesh and bone have withered away, leaving mechanical forms still connected to the systems they once commanded, while their skeletal remains gradually collapse into dusty heaps below. In time, those remains are gathered and placed within the alcoves of honor, preserved as silent reminders of those who devoted their entire existence to the service of the fortress monastery. Despite their deep ties to both the Dark Angels and the Adeptus Mechanicus, Tech Marines are never admitted into the ranks of the Deathwing, and even the Master of the Rock is entrusted only with the secrets of the asteroid base and its ancient technology rather than the hidden truths that surround the chapter's earliest history. For the most part, the Dark Angels wage war according to the teachings of the Codex Astartes, yet across the long centuries, their reputation for stubborn resistance has become almost legendary among the warriors of the Imperium. When battle lines harden and pressure builds from every direction, these sons of the Lion are known to hold their ground with unyielding resolve, refusing to retreat even in moments when a withdrawal might appear tactically wise. Across nearly 10 millennia of warfare, the chapter has hunted the fallen without pause, yet the vast majority of its battles have little connection to those ancient traitors who once stood among their ranks. Like any loyal chapter of Space Marines, the Dark Angels answer the call to war wherever the enemies of the Imperium threaten humanity, deploying their companies with disciplined precision to confront alien armies, traitors, and heretics across distant battlefields. Even so, every battle brother carries a quiet vigilance within him, always alert for the smallest sign of sedition or betrayal that might surface amid the smoke and thunder of war. To most warriors, this caution is simply another expression of loyalty to the Emperor, yet to the hidden members of the inner circle, even the faintest hint of treachery might conceal a vital clue that could lead them closer to one of the fallen. The hunt for those scattered brethren shapes the deepest purpose of the chapter, for the Dark Angels believe that only by capturing every fallen warrior and forcing him to repent can their ancient honor finally be restored. Should a fallen angel appear upon a battlefield, or even someone who might know where one could be found, the warriors of the chapter will often abandon their assigned objectives and turn their full strength toward capturing that individual at any cost. In such moments, the pursuit of a single prisoner outweighs every other concern, even the safety of allied Imperial forces who may unknowingly come too close to the truth the Dark Angels guard so fiercely. There have been times when loyal troops have been fired upon simply to prevent them from discovering the secret of the fallen, and those who survive such encounters are sometimes taken to the fortress monastery known as the Rock, where their memories are silenced forever through the creation of servitors. This secrecy also shapes the chapter's harsh attitude toward those they view as impure, for the Dark Angels show little tolerance for non-humans or mutants, even those considered useful servants of the Imperium such as squats, ogrins, or ratlings. Their mistrust extends as well to the Imperial Inquisition, and they avoid fighting beside forces that include Inquisitors or alien auxiliaries, unless circumstances leave no other choice, for the chapter fears that close scrutiny could reveal the truth it has hidden for so long. Aside from the unique traditions of the Deathwing and the Ravenwing, the chapter still organizes and fights largely according to the established doctrines of the Codex Astartes, relying on tactical flexibility, rapid deployment, and carefully coordinated combined arms assaults. Following the example of their Primarch, Dark Angels officers are renowned as precise tacticians who carefully study the strengths of every unit under their command. Since the arrival of the Primarchs Space Marines, the chapter has eagerly adapted these new warriors to its methods, developing specialized formations that blend ancient patterns of warfare with the capabilities of these newer brethren. Among these formations is Caliban's Reach, a powerful battle grouping where the devastating energy weapons of Hellblasters fight alongside the immense firepower carried by Devastator Centurion squads. The advanced infiltration training shared by all Primaris warriors of the Vanguard formations has also proven invaluable to a chapter that constantly searches for hidden enemies while guarding secrets of its own. Infiltrator squads use sophisticated omniscramblers to disrupt enemy communications across the battlefield, allowing Ravenwing squadrons to launch sudden attacks without any warning reaching their quarry. Meanwhile, Incursor squads employ specialized Divinator-class auspexes and transpectral combat visors that gather information from war zones once considered impossible to study in such detail. The intelligence collected through these methods often flows quietly toward the inner circle, providing new clues for their secret hunt, while the Vanguard warriors themselves remain unaware of the deeper purpose their reconnaissance may ultimately serve. Among the ancient legions of the Space Marines, the First Legion carries a gene legacy that has long been regarded as remarkably pure, with the Dark Angels maintaining stocks that have suffered little of the degradation that has touched so many others across the long ages of the Imperium. Within their apothecarian, careful observation has revealed that the gene seed borne by the Primaris Space Marines is of a quality even their own healers describe with quiet admiration, and this has left the chapter's reserves both plentiful and unusually strong. No known aberrations have ever been recorded within this genetic lineage, which makes the long hesitation of the High Lords of Terra to employ it in the founding of new chapters, a matter that many have found difficult to explain. Despite such reluctance, the Dark Angels have never stood entirely alone, for their successor chapters remain bound to them through ties so close that together they are known by a shared name, the Unforgiven. These chapters often fight alongside one another in a manner that suggests a unity deeper than simple alliance, though their interactions with outsiders are often marked by a distant and guarded demeanor that many interpret as stubborn aloofness. There have been moments during Imperial Wars when a force of the Dark Angels or one of their unforgiven brethren has withdrawn from a battlefield without explanation when confronted by an inquisitor or wandering missionary, leaving behind only quiet speculation among the Imperium's many servants. Rumors have lingered across the centuries, whispering of hidden loyalties and quiet efforts at what some have called Legion building, and such suspicions have slowly shaped how the Unforgiven are viewed by the Inquisition and other branches of the Imperial government. Even with their gene seed standing among the most pristine in the Imperium, the Dark Angels have often been passed over when new foundings were declared to create fresh chapters for the Imperium's endless wars. Yet there have been rare occasions when the authorities of the Adeptus Terra allowed another chapter to rise from this lineage, though records describing these foundings have a curious tendency to vanish not long afterward. In this quiet way, an uncertain number of Unforgiven chapters has come into existence, each appearing to wage its own wars in loyal service to the Imperium, while also lending hidden aid to the Dark Angels in their secret hunt. In the age known as the Era Indomitus, this long-standing reluctance within the Adeptus Terra appears to be softening, and some voices within the Inquisition suggest that the influence of Roboot Gilliman has played a part in this shift. It is said that the returned Primarch recognizes both the strength of the Dark Angels' genetic heritage and their enduring commitment to the Imperium's cause, though others quietly argued that certain factions within Terra and Mars see advantage in strengthening the Unforgiven as a possible balance against the many successors of the Ultramarines. Within the Dark Angels, there exists a quiet and carefully guarded understanding of their past, though the full truth rests only within the highest ranks of the chapter and remains hidden from the majority of their brethren. The recruits who begin their long transformation into Space Marines soon develop a character that reflects this secrecy. For from the earliest stages they are taught that trust must be given sparingly, and that the affairs of the chapter are never to be shared with those beyond it. This lesson is not spoken once and forgotten, but reinforced again and again through trials and quiet observation, until caution toward outsiders becomes an instinctive part of the warrior's nature. A brother who cannot be relied upon to protect the chapter's hidden matters is unlikely to advance far within its ranks, and so each generation of warriors grows into the same reserved and inward-looking character that has defined the Dark Angels for centuries. Although they have fought beside the countless forces that serve the Imperium's vast military machine, the warriors of this chapter show a clear preference for standing alongside other Space Marines rather than the many other arms of Imperial power. To many observers, including fellow Astartes, the Dark Angels often appear distant and difficult to approach, their words few and their patience limited whenever curious allies begin asking questions about their affairs. Their own attitude towards such attention is one of quiet intolerance, for they show little forgiveness toward those who pry too deeply into matters the chapter considers its own. This guarded nature extends even further when it comes to the presence of non-humans, as the Dark Angels have long been known for their unwillingness to fight alongside forces that include abhuman warriors or alien races within their ranks. Despite these moments of tension and friction, their long history still contains countless examples of honorable service carried out in the Emperor's name. The Dark Angels remain warriors of remarkable resolve, and their reserved temperament, combined with a stubborn refusal to accept anything less than complete victory, has served the Unforgiven well through the long and unforgiving wars of the Imperium. For many centuries, the Dark Angels have sent battle brothers into the service of the Deathwatch, and within Watch Fortress Ariok, several of their number have held positions of quiet authority. Among them, the Watch Captain Ramiel, whose fate has long remained uncertain. As warriors drawn from one of the greatest of the Adeptus Astartes chapters, these Sons of the Lion arrive with deep experience gained from battles against countless enemies. And when they speak the Apocryphal Oath, they bring that long memory of war with them into the service of the Deathwatch. Those who have fought beside them often remark upon the Dark Angel's solemn devotion to duty, for they accept even the most difficult missions with a calm and unyielding resolve, carrying out their tasks with a quiet discipline that rarely invites discussion or explanation. Yet among the whispered rumors that drift through the halls of many watch fortresses, there lingers a suggestion that the chapter's willingness to send its warriors so readily is not always born of simple loyalty alone. Because the service of the Deathwatch places a battle brother far beyond the reach of ordinary scrutiny, while also drawing him into distant regions where other secrets may be uncovered. Deathwatch kill teams are usually small bands of warriors, sometimes no more than a handful of battle brothers, moving alone through the vast emptiness of the void, pursuing objectives that remain hidden even from the highest authorities of the Imperium. Within such distant and uncertain operations, the net is cast wide, and over the long centuries it is believed that several of the fallen were ultimately seized by the inner circle after reports quietly passed along by a Dark Angel serving among those scattered kill teams. Even so, the warriors of the Dark Angels must observe the Apocryphal Oath with care, because any breach of that sacred bond would stain the honor of their chapter and draw the anger of both the Deathwatch and the Inquisition. In many kill teams, a Dark Angel may at first keep a certain distance from his fellow battle brothers, yet over time he often comes to understand that the Deathwatch itself guards secrets of its own, and that some of those hidden truths may weigh just as heavily as the burdens carried by the Unforgiven. As the long solar decades after the fall of Caliban slowly stretched into Terran centuries, the secretive inner circle gradually took form, growing from a loose and urgent gathering of surviving leaders into a quiet yet firmly established organization that extended not only through the Dark Angels themselves, but also through their many successor chapters scattered across the Imperium. With Caliban destroyed and the Rock standing as their only remaining home, New recruitment worlds were established across distant systems, and through these harsh proving grounds, fresh generations of warriors were drawn into the chapter to replace the brothers lost in war and time. Training within the chapter remained relentless and disciplined, with constant drills reinforcing the ideals of loyalty and brotherhood, and these same traditions passed carefully into the ranks of the successor chapters. Yet the elder warriors and masters who guided the neophytes never spoke of the ancient failure that had scarred their lineage. By the middle years of the 32nd millennium, only a handful of those who had survived the Battle of Caliban still remained, preserved within the silent sarcophagi of ancient dreadnoughts, while the full truth of those events and the knowledge of the fallen endured only within the guarded memories of the inner circle across the scattered, unforgiven chapters. As trusted veterans rose slowly through unseen layers of confidence and duty, fragments of that hidden history were revealed to them piece by piece by senior members of the inner circle, until they finally understood that for countless centuries the Sons of the Lion had served the Emperor openly, while quietly pursuing another purpose across the stars. Throughout the long passage of time, each of the fallen had followed a different path through the galaxy, some embracing the dark powers of chaos and becoming true heretic Astartes, while others gathered followers around them as pirates, cult leaders, or wandering tyrants who ruled small empires from distant worlds. There were even those who appeared upon an imperial world, with minds still caught in the final moments of Caliban's destruction, as though they had only just been torn from that collapsing surface, unaware that thousands of Terran years had slipped past within the strange and timeless currents of the warp. Such warriors often arrived consumed by fury and confusion, striking wildly at the servants of the Imperium while shouting fragments of long-buried truths that the inner circle had struggled for centuries to keep hidden from the wider galaxy. Yet among the scattered fallen, there were some who carried deep regret for their betrayal of their Primarch, and unable to return to their old brothers, they lived instead as hunted wanderers, sometimes selling their strength as mercenaries or traveling the far reaches of the Imperium as rogue traders without allegiance. A few attempted quieter paths of atonement, blending into human societies and guiding their strength toward causes they believed might redeem a fragment of what had once been lost. For long stretches of time, the Dark Angels and their successor chapters might search without finding even the faintest rumor of their lost kin, sometimes passing standard years or even decades before a single whisper reached their ears. When such signs did emerge, the Ravenwing were often the first to move, sweeping across the stars as patient hunters who tracked and harried their quarry, until the moment came for the warriors of the Deathwing to descend and deliver the final and crushing strike. Any fallen captured in this grim pursuit were taken deep into the dark chambers of the rock, where the interrogator chaplains carried out their harsh rituals of questioning in the hope of forcing their disgraced brothers to repent before death finally claimed them. On rare occasions, a prisoner would break beneath the weight of that suffering and accept repentance, and in those moments the chapter granted a swift end. Yet more often, the captured warrior remained defiant and endured a slow and terrible death beneath the relentless judgment of his former brethren. Some of those traitors faced their fate with bitter curses and promises of dark salvation waiting within the warp, while others simply accepted the punishment as the final price for the beliefs that had once led them to raise their hand against the brothers they had sworn never to betray. Within the Dark Angels chapter, there exists a quiet but unwavering reverence for the Emperor of Mankind, though their belief does not follow the doctrines preached by the ecclesiarchy. They honor him deeply as the founder of the Imperium and as the creator of their kind, yet in their hearts he remains a man, perhaps the greatest and most perfect of men, rather than a divine being. Much like other chapters born in the earliest days of the Imperium, the Dark Angels also hold profound respect for their Primarch, honoring him with a devotion that stands beside their respect for the Emperor. In their traditions and in the memory carried through generations of warriors, both figures remain central to the chapter's identity and purpose. Yet beneath this reverence lies a burden that has shaped the chapter for 10 millennia, a quiet and relentless quest that defines much of their existence. The warriors of the Dark Angels pursue the scattered remnants of the fallen angels, those who were drawn into the great warp vortex that tore apart the world of Caliban. These fallen were cast across time and space, and so the search has become a patient and enduring hunt that continues across countless battlefields and distant stars. Whenever the faintest rumor appears or the smallest trace emerges, the Dark Angels will follow it without hesitation, for even the slightest chance of reclaiming one of the fallen carries great meaning for the chapter. Their conviction is iron strong, shaped by the belief that only by capturing each of the fallen and forcing them to repent their betrayal can the ancient shame of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters finally be lifted. This belief guides their actions with unwavering certainty, and it is accepted throughout the chapter as a duty that must one day be fulfilled. When one of the fallen is finally captured after long pursuit, he is taken back to the rock, where the deepest dungeons lie far beneath its fortress halls. In those dark chambers, the fearsome interrogator chaplains begin their grim work, seeking to break the stubborn silence of the prisoner and draw forth repentance for crimes committed long ago. Should a fallen angel at last confess and repent his sins, the chapter grants him a death that is swift and comparatively merciful, for repentance carries meaning even at the final moment. Far more often, the prisoner refuses to yield, and the interrogator chaplains are left to use every method at their disposal to force that final admission of guilt. Many of the fallen perish under this relentless pressure before repentance can be spoken, yet even this outcome is accepted by the Dark Angels as a necessary cost. For when a fallen is judged, and his name is finally recorded within the Book of Salvation, the chapter believes that another fragment of their ancient shame has been erased. Within the armories and hidden vaults of the Dark Angels, there are relics whose origins stretch back across long ages of war. Some are weapons of legend, others are tools of interrogation or ceremony, yet each carries the quiet weight of the chapter's history. Among the more unusual relics is the Arbiter's Gaze, a bionic eye powered by a fragment taken from one of the ancient stone guardians of lost Caliban. When implanted, even for a limited time, it grants its bearer heightened tactical awareness and a clearer perception of the battlefield. Several sacred blades are preserved within the chapter. The blades of Caliban each possess their own storied heritage, and only a company champion who has served with faultless distinction is permitted to wield one. In darker chambers of the rock rests the device known as the Blades of Reason, carried by interrogator chaplain Asmodai. Its polished blades are engraved with penitential scripture in the language of Old Caliban, and its cables and neural wires amplify pain beyond endurance, a grim instrument used to force confession from captured fallen angels. Another solemn relic is the Book of Salvation. Within its desiccated pages are written the names of the fallen who have been captured by the unforgiven, each name inscribed in the captive's own blood. The tome is kept under the care of Grandmaster Ezekiel. Not every blade in the chapter's possession is meant purely for war. Many battle brothers carry ceremonial swords with winged hilts in the style of ancient Caliban. These are most often symbols of tradition, though they remain perfectly capable weapons if drawn in earnest. Some relics echo the knightly heritage of Caliban itself. In those ancient forests, long lances proved unwieldy, and the warriors of that world devised the Corvus hammer, a military pick with a beaked spike capable of piercing scales and armor alike. The Ravenwing Black Knights still maintain these weapons and carry them into battle. Other relics are remembered through the deeds of those who bore them. The plasma pistol called Death Roar was left to the Deathwatch by Captain Raziel, who gave his life defending a fortress on the edge of the Sealable's war zone. Though small in form, it releases the power of a heavy weapon, and the sound of its discharge echoes like the cry of a hunting beast. The bolt pistol deliverer has long served the Dark Angels in their hidden war against the fallen, and today it rests in the hands of Grandmaster Ezekiel. Knight Masters of the Deathwing carry another symbol of grim authority, the Flail of the Unforgiven, an archaic power weapon whose brutal chains speak plainly of the fate awaiting traitors. Some relics predate even the long millennia of the Imperium. The storm bolter known as Foe Smiter was forged by the famed Martian weaponsmith Fedorovich during the age when the Mechanicum joined the Emperor's hosts in the Great Crusade. It was presented to the Legion of the Dark Angels and wielded by Brother Bartholomew, remembered as the first Grand Master of the Deathwing. The weapon still unleashes a relentless storm of fire in the present age. In the centuries following the Horus Heresy, master artificers upon the rock created the bolter called Furious Vengeance. Though unmarked by inscription, it was consecrated with oaths of retribution against traitors and has since claimed the lives of countless renegade space marines. The Deathwing also honors a weapon known as the Halberd of Caliban, carried by the company champion. Long ago, it was reforged from a shattered blade of Caliban and imbued with the same grim technologies that empower the weapons of the Deathwing Knights. Yet perhaps the most revered of all are the Heavenfall blades. These legendary power swords were cut from a single block of obsidian that formed the heart of a meteorite striking the rock while it drifted in orbit around the feral world of Albaradad after the fall of Caliban. Each blade is borne by a master of the chapter and stands as both weapon and symbol of authority. Foremost among them is the Sword of Secrets, a master-crafted weapon created not long after the disappearance of Lion L. Johnson. It is carried by the Supreme Grand Master, and in the present age rests in the hands of Azrael. Hidden within its purpose is a secret known only to the chapter's highest master, for the blade alone can unlock a concealed gate deep within the rock that leads to the ruin-warded cell where the arch-heretic Luther remains imprisoned. Another of these ancient swords is the Sword of Silence, wielded by Belial, the Grand Master of the Deathwing. The Raven Sword, carried by the Master of the Ravenwing, Samael, also shares the heritage of the Heavenfall Obsidian, as does the blade known as Felbane, once borne by Captain Balthasar of the 5th Company. These weapons, forged from the same meteoric stone, remain enduring symbols of rank, duty, and the long memory of the Dark Angels. Among the many relics tied to the legacy of Caliban and the long struggle of the Unforgiven, certain blades and war gear have passed through many hands while preserving the memory of those who first bore them. The Sword of Sanctity once belonged to Grand Master Orias, the first lord of the disciples of Caliban, who fell in battle against orcs at the Gualan Pass. Centuries later, the blade was recovered by Grand Master Nikir of the Consecrators. After many years, he offered it to Supreme Grand Master Azrael, believing the weapon should return to the Dark Angels. Azrael answered that the sword had already found its rightful master and returned it to the Consecrators with honor. Within the inner circles of the chapter, the Heavenfall blades remain among the most revered relics. The Sword of Secrets continues to pass from one Supreme Grand Master to the next, its obsidian edge still unbroken after countless battles. Belial carries the Sword of Silence when the Deathwing marches to war, while Samael commands the Ravenwing with the Raven Sword at his side. Felbane, another blade of that same meteoric heritage, was once held by Captain Balthasar before his passing. Other relics speak more directly of the Primarch himself. The Lion Helm was once worn by Lion L. Johnson during the days of the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. In the present age, it serves as the badge of office of the Supreme Grand Master. The winged helm is attended by the Watchers in the Dark and is said to project a powerful protective field around its bearer. Weapons crafted in later ages also hold their place among the chapter's treasures. One such relic is the Lion's Roar, a combi weapon that unleashes a thunderous plasma discharge accompanied by a distinctive roar. It is often issued to warriors leading boarding assaults or desperate attacks, and regardless of the fate of its bearer, the weapon is always recovered and returned to the armories of the Rock. Another famous armament is Lion's Wrath, a master-crafted combi plasma created by the Technomagos, known as Prestor the Unchallenged in the years following the fall of Caliban. Through the centuries, many heroes have carried it into battle, and today it is borne by Azrael himself. Among the Deathwing, there are weapons of grim purpose as well. The Maces of Absolution are heavy power weapons whose vents glow with eerie light, and their power swells in the presence of the most accursed heretics. Older still is the Mace of Corswain, once wielded by the Paladin Corswain of the Legion's Honor Guard. Its head is formed of 4 roaring lion faces surrounded by crackling energy. The Dark Angels also forged the Mace of Redemption in their relentless pursuit of the fallen. Within its hollow core, sacred incantations burn bright whenever the weapon strikes. Legends tell that Supreme Grandmaster Raphael once used it to defeat a demon prince upon the world of New Caliban, allowing the creature to be captured. Some relics carry a quieter, more uncertain history. The blade called the Monster Slayer of Caliban was once awarded to the most honored knight embarking upon a long quest into the wilderness of that ancient world. Though its force generator is immensely powerful, the mechanisms have grown temperamental over time. Stories say the weapon answers to the purity of its bearer's spirit. Master Mortifer once wielded it to slay 3 towering carnifexes, yet when his faith later faltered, the blade failed him in battle against an orc warlord. Within the darker duties of the chapter, there is also the Needle of Truth. This ancient blade is used by interrogator chaplains when extracting secrets from prisoners. It traveled with the Dark Angels to the Jericho Reach, where it was employed in the search for hidden signs of the fallen. Some relics of the Dark Angels remain shrouded in mystery, their origins lost even to the chapter that guards them. The Watchers in the Dark sometimes carry into battle objects known as the perfidious relics of the Unforgiven. These ancient items were recovered long ago by the Deathwing, yet their exact nature remains unclear. What is certain is the effect they bring to the battlefield, for their presence unsettles enemies and weakens the power of hostile psykers. Other relics carry fragments of Caliban itself. The Spirit Shield helm, worn by Master Lazarus, contains a shard from one of the stone guardians of that lost world. When worn, it projects a protective field around Lazarus and those fighting close beside him. Armor also holds a place among the chapter's treasures. The suit known as the Protector has been carefully maintained for countless years and is said to offer protection beyond that of ordinary power armor. Records from the chapter's archives recount how it once saved Brother Matthias, master of the 5th Company, from the blast of a battle cannon during the assault on the traitor's stronghold upon the moons of Seclusius 7. Another ancient defense is the Shield of Calasan. It is believed this immense shield was once carried by the hero voted Lieutenant Calasan of the Stormwing during the age of the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. The flaring energy field it produces resembles the void shields that protect mighty engines of war, and even the heaviest fire seems to break harmlessly upon it. Some relics are more unsettling in nature. The Eye of the Unseen is an augmetic device first granted to Interrogator Chaplain Enoch by the Watchers in the Dark. Over time, it has passed through several Dark Angels heroes. Those who stand before its glowing lens feel their secrets laid bare, as if their fears and guilt are exposed beneath its gaze. The Raven's cuirasses forms part of the war gear of Samael, master of the Ravenwing. It is a heavily modified breastplate of ancient armor design. Grand Master Ezekiel likewise wears a revered suit of artificer armor called Secret's Shield when he enters battle. Tradition and memory are woven into another relic known as the Shroud of Heroes. When a mighty warrior of the chapter falls, his remains are wrapped in a funerary cloth until he can be laid to rest within the crypts of the lion's sanctum deep inside the rock. Pieces of those blood-stained cloths are gradually sewn together into a single set of robes. During times of war, the shroud is worn by one champion after another, and those who bear it claim they can feel the lingering protection of the heroes who came before. The chapter also preserves sacred battle standards that date back to the era of the Great Crusade. Only one is displayed at a time while the others rest within the Great Hall of the Rock. The standard of devastation has flown above many desperate last stands and is often found amid the fallen remains of the enemy. The standard of fortitude strengthens the resolve of those who see it, encouraging warriors to advance despite wounds and incoming fire. The standard of retribution reminds the Dark Angels that the enemies of the Emperor must never be forgiven, and beneath its shadow they strike with relentless fury. Grand Master Ezekiel carries one final relic into battle, the four-sword known as Traitor's Bane. Psychic energy coils around its crystalline blade, and it is whispered that the spirits of fallen angels defeated by the weapon are trapped within it. Some say the sword grows darker whenever one of those traitors draws near. Even the smallest traditions carry meaning. Among the Deathwing, warriors sometimes fasten feathers, charms, or simple fetishes to their weapons. These adornments honor ancient ancestors and are believed to calm the machine spirits of the arms they carry, binding weapon and warrior together with quiet trust. Within the long history of the Dark Angels, their fleets have carried many vessels, some remembered clearly, and others spoken of only in fragments of old records. Among them sailed the Invincible Reason, a vast Gloriana-class battleship that served as the flagship of Lionel Johnson during the Great Crusade, and in later ages continued to stand as the proud flagship of the chapter itself. Older still was the Dark Sovereign, a relic battleship whose origins reached back to the time before the Imperium was founded. She had already endured centuries of terrible war among the stars before the Emperor himself recovered the vessel from the frozen wastes of Ganymede and placed it in the hands of the newly formed Ist Legion at the very beginning of the Great Crusade. For a time, she fought alongside the Legion fleets, yet records say she vanished in the 31st millennium after the Sibelius campaign. What path the warship followed after that moment is unclear, though scattered evidence suggests she was absent when the Dark Angels gathered for the Thramas Crusade, only to reappear much later during the covert operation remembered as the Sana Incursion. Another vessel feared throughout the Legion was the Intolerant, a capital ship that had once served during the Unification Wars. Deep within its armored hull rested an immense weapon known as an Annihilation Cannon, a starship-sized vortex weapon said to have been created by the Emperor within his own laboratories. The ship carried strange devices from the Age of Strife and often fought alongside the specialized formations of the Dreadwing, supporting their brutal ground assaults from orbit. During the Horus Heresy, the Intolerant turned its terrible weapon upon the traitor forces of the World Eaters and the Word Bearers at the Battle of Zabath, unleashing a devastating bombardment from the void. The Legion fleets also included many cruisers assigned to the 4th Expeditionary Fleet during the Great Crusade. The Grand Cruiser Decimator once carried Lionel Johnson himself as a temporary flagship during a secret mission to the Forge world of Tiamat. Alongside her traveled vessels such as the Duchess Arbalatrice of the Avenger class, the Infernus-class cruiser Flamberge, the Iron Duke, and the Lord Dante. During that same hidden operation, several ships of the fleet were temporarily reassigned, among them the strike cruisers Amadis and Atzikel, the light cruiser Formidable, and a number of swift destroyers that would later be lost while engaging rebel ships. Other warships served the Legion and the Chapter in different ages. Battle barges such as the Angel of Retribution, Salvation, Spear of Truth, Ultimate Vengeance, Undying Faith, Unrelenting Fury, and Fingo Redemptor traveled with the Dark Angels across many campaigns. The Honored Deeds once bore Lionel Johnson through the realm of Ultramar during the time of Imperium Secundus, when the Primarch believed that Conrad Kersey had escaped Magrag and set out upon a long pursuit of the Night Haunter. Among the strike cruisers were vessels like the Angel of Caliban, which aided the relief of Rael's world in the 39th millennium. Others carried stranger stories. The Black Sword of Vengeance was the nearest Imperial vessel when an Inquisitor named Halleck reported that a captured heretic known as the Angel of Truth had revealed a deep-rooted heresy. Yet when Halleck vanished during his return to Terra, the crew of the strike cruiser found no trace of the Inquisitor, his ship, or the prisoner. Another ship, Caliban's Will, once belonged to the garrison fleet that returned with Luther to the world of Caliban. When Horus requested aid, the vessel departed for Saramond early in the 31st millennium, but was lost in the warp along with its crew of fallen angels. Many ages later, in the late 41st millennium, the Dark Angels rediscovered the ship as part of the drifting space hulk known as Alethros. During the time of Imperium Secundus, the strike cruiser Watcher, commanded by Captain Alquist, joined a joint task force of Ultramarines and Dark Angels. In the reconquest of Sotha, the vessel and her crew sacrificed themselves so that Ultramarine forces could land safely upon the world below. Smaller ships moved among these larger vessels. Frigates such as Kolgravants, which first detected the presence of the enemy at Sephath, and others like Intrepid and Dauntless served the expeditionary fleets. Destroyers including Arbalest, Audacious, Courageous, Hotspur, Rapier, Seventh Son, and Stiletto formed swift attack screens, though several of them were destroyed while battling rebel ships during the Tiamat mission. Troop ships such as Bold Conveyor and Noble Sinew carried warriors between war zones. Standing apart from these traveling fleets was the Chimera, a massive Ramilius-class starfort that formed the heart of the Aluxes outpost within the dangerous Aluxes Nebula. In the early days of the Horus Heresy, the fortress proved its worth when the weakened space wolves, hunted after the fall of Prospero, were cornered in that region by the Alpha Legion. The guns of the Chimera struck back against the gathered enemy fleet and dealt severe damage to Alpha, the Gloriana-class battleship that served as the flagship of the 20th Legion, saving the Sons of Rus from destruction. In later centuries, the chapter fleet continued to travel across the Imperium and among those vessels sailed the strike cruiser Herald of Night. During the War of the Beast in the 32nd millennium, the ship fought while Orc forces surged across the Imperium. Much later, it was commanded by Master Adnachil during battles against Orcs that had spread through the asteroid field called the Astoria's Cloud. Yet even in the midst of that fighting, the cruiser was ordered to withdraw by Grandmaster Sekail when word arrived that a Dark Angel strike force was assembling for an attack on Olanor, the distant origin of the Beast's invasion. Other ships of the Legion era are remembered only briefly in scattered records. Among them were vessels known as Austere Purification, Monarch's Glory, Redemptive Fire, and the battlecruiser Blade of Newmark. Though little detail survives, each once served the First Legion during the time of the Horus Heresy. The strike cruiser Lion's Roar carries a darker memory from the late 41st millennium. A Dark Angel strike force pursued a fallen angel into the remote Ghoul stars, eventually reaching a desolate charnel world of ash and bone. When they believed they had cornered their quarry, the warriors discovered instead the lifeless body of a loyal sergeant from the 4th Company. As the corpse fell apart, mind-shackle scarabs spilled from within it, and from the surrounding wasteland emerged a horde of Necron flayed ones. The trap had been set by the mad Pharaon Valgol to feed the dreadful bone kingdom of Drazak. The battle that followed nearly destroyed the Dark Angel's force, until the Lion's Roar plunged through the world's upper atmosphere in a desperate attack run. The assault scattered the flayed ones long enough for the cruiser to teleport the surviving warriors back aboard before returning to the darkness of space, while the fallen of the chapter were left behind among the feasting horrors. Other strike cruisers continued their quiet duties across the Imperium. Pride of Caliban and Salvation served the fleet in later eras. The Sword of Caliban once prepared to carry the 5th Company under Master Zedakiel toward the tomb world of Arion, where Chief Librarian Danithium fought the Necrons of the Nephrek dynasty. Before the journey could be completed, however, Danithium commanded the ship to divert to the world of Honoria in order to defend it from the invading orcs of Wagrablanic. At that time, the vessel sailed under the command of ship mistress Selenaz. The strike cruiser Vengeful Blade answered another desperate call in the 41st millennium when the hive world of Corinth faced twin threats. A tendril of High Fleet Moloch advanced through the void, while a Gen-Stealer-infested space hulk called Bringer of Sorrow drifted nearby, believed to be guiding the Hive Fleet toward the planet. Acting swiftly, Master Annas ordered the Deathwing to board the hulk. The warriors destroyed the infested vessel, and without its signal, the Imperial defenders were able to defeat the approaching Tyranid tendril. Among the smaller escorts of the fleet was a frigate known as Intervention, another quiet participant in the endless movements of the chapter's warships through the stars. Beyond the great warships of the fleet, smaller craft also carried the warriors of the Dark Angels into battle. The Dark Talon called Deathshroud glided through the void as a swift and deadly hunter, while the Nephilim jetfighter Knight of the Gloaming roared ahead of the fleet to intercept enemy threats. Heavy Thunderhawk gunships served as the chapter's workhorses, bearing warriors and commanders between ship and battlefield. Among them flew the Pride of Lions and the Rage of Angels, along with the Sacred Mace and the Thunderhawk, known as Undying Vengeance. One of these craft, the Roar of Vengeance, held particular importance within the chapter, for it served as the personal transport of the Supreme Grand Master, carrying the leader of the Dark Angels through the darkness between worlds. In the earliest years of its existence, the First Legion moved through many forms of organization, exploring every manner of warfare while its warriors tested strategies that might one day guide all the Legiones Astartes. Through long campaigns and hard experience, these warriors refined patterns of battle that later scholars would recognize as the foundation of what became the standard form of a Space Marine Legion. When Imperial historians speak of the typical structure of a legion, they are often describing the shape first carved out by the sacrifices of the Dark Angels. Much later, Rabut Gilliman would build upon these early principles when crafting his own doctrines, though even his renowned reforms rested upon groundwork already laid by the wars fought by the First Legion long before Lion L. Johnson returned to command them. During those formative years, the Legion experimented constantly, sending warriors into every kind of battlefield situation, while formations rose and fell as tactics changed and new lessons were learned. The result was a body of warriors rich in skill, yet lacking a single stable structure, a force constantly shifting as its many specialists adapted to new challenges. Over time, this restless experimentation slowly resolved into a more ordered system built upon layers of supporting formations. Within that evolving structure, the Dark Angels developed specialized bodies of warriors whose knowledge could be called upon whenever a battlefield demanded a particular mastery of war. The Legion maintained a visible hierarchy of chapters, companies, and squads shaped by the doctrines of the Principia Bellicosa, a structure that presented a familiar face to the Imperium and to the other legions of the Great Crusade. Beneath that overt order existed another, quieter system, known only to the warriors of the Legion themselves. This hidden layer was formed by two bodies whose purpose was to preserve and apply martial knowledge across the Legion. These were the Great Hosts and the Orders of Battle, also called the Hecatonistica. The Great Hosts were the larger of these secret societies, each gathering hundreds of warriors devoted to the perfection of a particular art of war. Some hosts pursued the patient craft of siege warfare, while others refined the swift movements of skirmish and the brutal discipline of shock assault, and each host nurtured its own traditions and techniques. Members of these hosts rarely assembled as a single force, instead spreading themselves across the companies and chapters of the Legion. Within a single squad, one might find warriors belonging to several different hosts, each lending the knowledge of his discipline to strengthen the whole. Only in rare and dire circumstances would a host gather together in full strength. When that moment came, formations such as the Siege Masters of the Host of Stone or the Breaching Warriors of the Host of the Void could form a concentrated body of expertise capable of altering the course of a battle. Each host followed a familiar internal pattern, guided by masters and marshals who oversaw scattered cells placed throughout the Legion's ranks. These cells operated quietly beside the open command top-down structure of companies and squads, binding warriors together through loyalties that were known only to fellow members. A legionary therefore owed obedience not only to the officers of the public hierarchy, but also to his superiors within the hidden host to which he belonged. Tradition and mutual respect determined which authority guided him in any given moment, and through long practice the warriors of the First Legion learned to move within this complex system without confusion. Recruitment into the hosts took place openly among the Legion's warriors, though selection was careful and deliberate. Newly deployed legionaries found themselves observed by procurators who watched their conduct in battle, searching for signs that a warrior might prove worthy of induction. Those chosen had already faced their trials in war and had quietly passed many unseen tests set by their brothers and commanders. Once accepted, they were introduced to the earliest teachings of their host and granted the right to display its mark upon their armor. Within the halls and encampments of the Legion, these warriors gathered to debate tactics, to refine their understanding of weapons and formations, and to train those who had only recently joined their ranks. Though such meetings were not secret, they remained private matters of the host, where rank within the society carried greater weight than the formal titles of the Legion. Alongside the hosts existed the far more secretive orders of battle known as the Hexagrammaton. These orders were numerous yet small, often counting only a handful of initiates devoted to a single deadly specialty. Each order guarded knowledge focused upon a very specific form of destruction, whether the defeat of a particular enemy or mastery over some unusual form of warfare. When a battle group of the First Legion encountered such a foe, warriors from the relevant order would gather together as a synobium, forming a cadre prepared to apply their hidden expertise upon the battlefield. Within these orders, hierarchy existed, though no two followed exactly the same pattern. Their ranks and symbols were concealed behind ciphers understood only by those initiated into the order's mysteries. As an initiate progressed through the levels of an order, he was entrusted with deeper knowledge and greater responsibility. Ritual gatherings allowed members to preserve their traditions, while practical training ensured that blade and bolt remained ready for the moment their skills were required in the service of the Legion and the Imperium. Many of the orders maintained private sanctums wherever their members were stationed, quiet chambers hidden within the depths of warships where initiates gathered to study their doctrines and practice the rituals that bound them together. These secluded spaces allowed the orders to refine their teachings away from the watchful eyes of those not sworn to their mysteries. Some of the larger orders even controlled isolated strongholds placed within dangerous regions of space. One such refuge belonged to the Order of Broken Spears, whose orbital fortress hung above the shattered mesas and twisting canyons of the death world Argyle III. The planet's heavy metal-rich rock distorted most sensor systems, creating a landscape perfectly suited to the Order's mastery of ambush and patient warfare. Within that harsh environment, initiates trained in silence, while veterans withdrew to contemplate the lessons passed down through their brotherhood. Sanctums such as these also served another purpose, for it was within their secluded halls that new members were tested and chosen. Senior warriors watched the achievements of promising legionaries and debated carefully before offering them the chance to attempt the trials of the order. Those summoned faced demanding ordeals that tested both body and mind, and the details of these challenges remained hidden from outsiders. The trials often carried the risk of injury or death, yet even those who failed were bound by honor never to speak of what they had witnessed. Only after surviving these rites did a warrior gain full entry into the Order's domain, beginning the slow study of its hidden lore while bearing the mark of the acolyte upon his armor. To stand even within the outer circles of an order was regarded as a great honor, and fewer than half the Legion could claim such distinction. Though outsiders rarely understood the symbols carried by these warriors, the Legion itself treated the bearers of such sigils with quiet respect. Even commanders of high rank often listened carefully when an adept of the orders offered counsel drawn from their specialized knowledge. On rare occasions, a warrior might carry the marks of more than one order, either after leaving one brotherhood to join another, or through the exceptional circumstance of serving within several at the same time. Among the most famous examples stood the Primarch Lion L. Johnson himself, who held the rank of High Preceptor within every order of the Legion. Another notable figure was Knight Captain Atreus Deucalion, the bearer of the sword Chrysaor and a marshal within the fire wing of the Hexagrammaton. Renowned for his skill with the blade, Deucalion combined techniques from 3 separate orders into a deadly style that few could match. This deeply layered system of hosts and orders also played an unexpected role during the years leading to the Horus Heresy. The warrior lodges spread by Horus and Lorgar found little place within the ranks of the Dark Angels, as the preceptors of the orders and the leaders of the Hexagrammaton dismissed such gatherings as beneath the dignity of the Legion. Because of this, the Dark Angels avoided the corruption that spread among many other legions, though they would still face their own tragedy of betrayal before the conflict was over. That betrayal would grow from jealousy and pride, rather than the influence of those forbidden lodges. Among the many strange traditions within the Legion existed a company known as the 500. These warriors had accompanied the Primarch when he first stood upon Caliban beside the Emperor and were sworn to a duty unlike any other. Each member quietly observed the ways of their Primarch in battle, gathering knowledge of how best to fight at his side. Their task was to study the nature of this unmatched warrior and determine how the Legion should adapt to serve him. The results of that patient study were preserved within a ciphered tome called the Lion Codex. Within its pages were recorded the fighting style and battlefield instincts of Lion L. Johnson, secrets that would be priceless to both friend and enemy alike. Only the 500 guarded this knowledge, and they accepted no new initiates into their ranks. As their numbers slowly dwindled across the long years of war, the secrets they carried would fade with them. The Lion himself never spoke openly of this silent watch kept by his warriors, yet he never forbade it either. Before battle, he often waited quietly for those members present to assemble at his side, and that quiet acknowledgement was treasured by the Legion more deeply than any spoken praise. When Lion L. Johnson assumed command of the 1st Legion, he introduced a structure inspired by the knightly traditions of Caliban. Within this design, the ideals of loyalty, discipline, and self-reliance shaped the behavior of every warrior under his command. The Dark Angels had always been known as steady and determined fighters, sharing something of the quiet temperament of their Primarch. Their anger rose slowly, yet once stirred, they became relentless opponents who rarely abandoned a task once begun. During the years before the Horus Heresy, a legion could number many tens of thousands of warriors, though the precise strength of the Dark Angels during that age remains uncertain. What is known is that they stood among the more substantial forces of the Legiones Astartes. Under the Lion's guidance, the Legion adopted a new parallel structure known as the Hexagrammaton, often called the Six Wings. These specialized formations existed alongside the standard command hierarchy and drew inspiration from older traditions that predated the Principia Bellicosa. Long before the 1st Legions were formed, the early warriors of the Emperor had been organized into 6 hosts of the Angels of Death, each devoted to a different battlefield purpose. By blending those ancient concepts with the customs of the Calibanite order, Lion L. Johnson reshaped them into the 6 wings of his legion. Within the legion's formal hierarchy, chapters were commanded by masters and broken into orders led by paladins, which in turn contained companies commanded by captains and squads guided by sergeants. Members of the wings served throughout these ranks, sometimes acting as ordinary legionaries and at other times assembling into specialized formations when summoned. Each wing was guided by a voted lieutenant who served as both leader and advisor to the Primarch. These commanders were elected by their peers rather than appointed by a superior, and each prepared a successor to ensure the continuity of leadership should misfortune strike. The leaders of the wings often gathered together as the Council of Masters, first within the fortress of Gramarai, and later wherever the Legion's campaigns carried them. From these councils came decisions regarding the deployment of the wings and the strategies they would pursue. A commander seeking the aid of one of the wings had to formally request their intervention, after which the warriors of that formation would be summoned from their scattered duties. Once assembled, they acted under the direction of their voted lieutenant, applying their specialized skills to the battlefield before them. Among these wings, the Deathwing stood as the Legion's elite veterans clad in heavy Terminator armor. Bound by solemn oaths, they advanced steadily even in the face of destruction and were often entrusted with tasks that others believed impossible. The Ravenwing specialized in rapid warfare, using anti-gravitic craft and powerful pikes to strike swiftly against distant targets. Their methods echoed the ancient search and destroy tactics of early Legiones Astartes formations, and were refined further after the discovery of Caliban. The Dreadwing embodied the doctrine of total warfare, wielding terrible weapons and leading devastating assaults, supported by powerful armored vehicles. Their arsenals included munitions considered dark and dangerous, weapons capable of reducing entire battlefields to ruin. The Firewing moved in quieter ways, gathering warriors skilled in duels and covert killing. Their purpose was to shatter an enemy's command structure through precise strikes carried out by hunters and assassins whose mastery of blade and knife was unmatched. Another wing, known as the Iron Wing, focused upon overwhelming force delivered through armored warfare and dreadnought support, building upon early doctrines created by the Emperor himself. Through these tactics, the strength of the Legion was multiplied by engines of war designed to break the most resilient defenses. The largest of the wings was the Storm Wing, which contained much of the Legion's infantry and training formations. Its warriors practiced disciplined battlefield maneuvers and were often deployed in formations suited to close-order fighting or dangerous boarding actions in the void. Among the many warriors of the First Legion, there existed an elite brotherhood known as the Inner Circle, Knights Cenobium. Only those who had shown exceptional dedication and skill were permitted to join their ranks and bear the cipher of one of the Legion's hidden orders. These warriors marched to battle encased in finely crafted cataphracti Terminator armor adorned with the symbols of the Legion. Their armor allowed them to endure the storms of flame and shrapnel unleashed during the Great Crusade while pressing forward toward the heart of enemy fortifications. Each temporary squad carried formidable weapons suited to brutal close combat. Among these arms were the tyrannic greatsword and the unusual plasma caster, a compact weapon mounted upon the warrior's vambrace so that he could strike without hindrance during the fury of battle. The armories of the First Legion held many relics drawn from ancient arsenals, dating back to the unification wars of Terra. These weapons were powerful yet difficult to reproduce, and some were considered dangerous even by the standards of the Legiones Astartes. Long after other legions adopted standardized war gear supplied by the Forge Worlds of the Imperium, the Dark Angels retained many of these ancient devices along with the secret knowledge required to maintain them. Such relics remained the exclusive property of the Legion by the Emperor's own command. Among the weapons known to be carried by the warriors of the First Legion were the Tyrannic Greatsword and the Calibanite Warblade, along with unusual firearms such as the Plasma Repeater. Their armories also contained specialized munitions, including stasis shells for grenade launchers and missiles, as well as molecular acid shells designed for heavy bolters. These rare devices formed only a small portion of the unusual arsenal possessed by the Dark Angels, yet they reflected the long heritage of technology preserved within the Legion since the earliest days of the Imperium. Within the hidden structure of the Dark Angels Legion existed numerous specialized formations tied to the secretive orders scattered through its ranks. Each of these chambers militant preserved a particular doctrine of war and deployed its most dedicated warriors when the Legion required those carefully honed skills. Among the foremost of these formations were the Inner Circle Knights Cenobium, warriors chosen from the ranks of the orders to fight at the forefront of the most demanding battles. Their mastery of specialized techniques made them invaluable whenever the Legion confronted challenges that ordinary formations could not easily overcome. Another respected body was the Deathwing Companion Detachment, composed of the most experienced veterans among the Deathwing. these warriors swore strict oaths to guard the lives of those officers placed under their protection, often throwing themselves into harm's path to intercept attacks meant for their charges. Those who survived such acts of devotion earned the right to wear armor painted bone white, a visible sign of their sacrifice and loyalty to the legion they served. Within the secretive ranks of the Fire Wing operated the Enigmatus Cabal, specialists in a swift and silent form of warfare. Their purpose was to strike at enemy leaders, unravel command structures, and gather crucial intelligence that could guide the larger forces of the Legion. Working in small elite teams, these hunters moved through shadows and confusion to disrupt the enemy's plans before they could unfold. Their actions weakened resistance and left opposing armies struggling to understand how their leaders had fallen so suddenly. Perhaps the most feared specialists of all were the Dreadwing Interrupters, warriors dedicated entirely to the destruction of their enemies. When they unleashed their weapons, nothing remained behind them, not bodies nor ruins, nor any trace of those they had conquered. These grim warriors took no trophies and spoke little of their deeds, for their purpose was simple and final. To the enemies of the First Legion, they represented the last and most terrible judgment that Lion L. Johnson could deliver. To those outside the Legion, the command structure of the Dark Angels could appear bewilderingly complex, for authority flowed through several overlapping systems rather than a single clear chain. The strands of wing, chapter, and order intertwined in ways that seemed confusing to observers unfamiliar with the traditions of the First Legion. For the warriors who lived within that system, however, the arrangement proved both effective and adaptable. Through experience and mutual trust, they learned how to respond to changing conditions on the battlefield while maintaining the discipline expected of the Legiones Astartes. Each individual strand of authority followed familiar principles drawn from the doctrines of the Principia Bellicosa. Command passed downward through ranks of officers who directed the actions of companies, wings, and orders while remaining aligned with the strategy determined by their superiors. The complexity arose because these strands did not always align in a simple hierarchy visible to outsiders. Instead, authority shifted according to circumstance, guided by the knowledge and experience required to address the immediate demands of the battlefield. When a situation required the specialized expertise of a particular wing or order, the officer who possessed that knowledge naturally assumed leadership over those around him. Warriors of the Legion trusted that judgment without hesitation, recognizing that success depended upon placing authority in the hands best suited to the moment. This flexible approach sometimes frustrated other legions whose traditions favored rigid chains of command. Rowboat Gillyman in particular urged Lion L. Johnson to adopt the more structured model later described within the Codex Astartes, though such suggestions never replaced the methods already proven within the First Legion. Attempts by other legions to replicate this pattern rarely achieved the same results. Without the deep traditions and experienced veterans that supported the Dark Angel structure, the system proved difficult to implement elsewhere. At the highest level of authority, stood Lion L. Johnson himself, bearing the titles of Lord of the First Legion, Grand Master of the Hexagrammaton, and High Preceptor of the Hecatonistica. His word carried absolute authority, and whenever he entered the field, all other commands yielded to his will. Because the Primarch often preferred direct battlefield leadership rather than distant oversight, additional bodies existed to manage the wider operations of the Legion. Among these, the most prominent was the Council of Masters, composed of the leaders of the Hexagrammaton wings or their representatives. This council oversaw strategic planning and determined where the Legion's forces should be deployed across the vast theaters of the Great Crusade. Their deliberations assigned troops and commanders to fleets and war zones, ensuring that the Legion's strength was applied where it could achieve the greatest effect. Alongside them stood the conclave of preceptors drawn from the orders of the Hecatonistica. Though they rarely assembled in full, these experienced warriors served as an additional reserve of strategic insight whenever their specialized knowledge became necessary. Together, these bodies formed a layered command system capable of directing the widely scattered forces of the Legion. It suited the temperament of Lion L. Johnson, whose trust in the veterans of the First Legion allowed them considerable independence in the execution of their duties. The unusual nature of this structure also produced distinctive titles for many officers. Some older veterans retained the traditional ranks of praetor, centurion, and consul, while others adopted titles drawn from the knightly culture of Caliban. Within the wings of the Hexagrammaton, unique titles signified rank and achievement, while the orders of the Hecatonistica maintained their own cryptic systems of designation. Among the few titles widely shared were that of preceptor, indicating the leader of an order, and seneschal for those entrusted with guarding its hidden chambers. When members of an order entered open battle wearing its full heraldry, they might also bear the honorary title of Cenobite, signaling that their standing within the order temporarily held precedence over their position in the Legion's formal hierarchy. By the closing years of the Great Crusade, the Dark Angels Legion possessed a formidable strength, estimated at roughly 180,000 warriors. This placed them among the larger legions of the Imperium, standing alongside forces such as the Ultramarines and the Sons of Horus. Records from the era sometimes reported much smaller numbers, though such estimates were likely influenced by the confusing structure and hidden formations within the Legion. The shifting symbols and secretive practices of the Dark Angels often made it difficult for observers to determine their true strength. Indeed, some commanders of the Legion seemed to take quiet satisfaction in the uncertainty their methods created among allies less disciplined than themselves. It was not uncommon for a Dark Angel's force to arrive upon a battlefield without declaring which officer held overall command. Allies were left to interpret the heraldry worn by the legionaries and decide whom to greet as the warlord of the contingent. Those who judged correctly earned the respect of the Dark Angels, while those who erred found themselves quietly observed for further lapses of judgment. The Legion remained one of the most experienced fighting forces within the Imperium, maintaining a strong core of veterans who preserved the lessons of countless campaigns. The systems of wings and orders within their organization were designed in part to ensure that this knowledge passed from one generation of warriors to the next. Rather than gathering in massive armies, the Dark Angels preferred to disperse their strength across the galaxy in smaller detachments. Individual battle forces often consisted of only a few chapters, numbering a few thousand warriors, each capable of adapting quickly to the demands of its own theater of war. Because of this approach, the Legion relied heavily upon its powerful fleet to support its scattered operations. In both numbers and firepower, their Void Armada ranked among the greatest possessed by any of the Legiones Astartes. Many of these fleets operated as support flotillas centered upon mighty capital ships, accompanied by squadrons of cruisers. Such formations transported the Legion's warriors across hostile star systems and provided devastating orbital fire support during planetary assaults. Other squadrons served as long-range patrol forces equipped with fast cruisers and escort craft carrying advanced scanning augers. These patrol fleets roamed distant regions, searching for hidden Xenos enclaves or rebellious human settlements beyond the reach of Imperial authority. The small contingents of legionaries attached to these patrols conducted swift raids to evaluate the threat posed by newly discovered enemies. Those deemed too dangerous were destroyed from orbit, while weaker targets were marked for later conquest by the advancing tide of the Great Crusade. Despite their vast operations, the Dark Angels maintained relatively few permanent strongholds. The most significant were the ancient fortress of Gramaré and the fortress monastery of the Order upon Caliban, both heavily fortified and central to the Legion's infrastructure. From these bastions, supplies and reinforcements flowed to the fleets scattered across the galaxy. The Legion itself lived primarily within those roaming fleets, returning to their fortress halls only rarely, while the youngest recruits and dedicated guardians remained behind to protect them. The warriors of the Dark Angels did not rely solely upon their skill and discipline, for they also possessed one of the most formidable arsenals in the early Imperium. Much of their technology descended from designs dating back to the distant age of technology and remained beyond the reach of younger legions. These weapons were crafted in specialized manufactoria under the guidance of the Legion's forge masters, using knowledge preserved from ancient times. Some devices rivaled the sophisticated arms carried by the Legio Custodes, placing them among the most powerful instruments of war available to the Imperium. Among the equipment routinely employed by the Legion were unusual plasma weapons, unstable munitions, and rare variants of armored vehicles and void craft, developed exclusively for their use. On the battlefields of the Great Crusade, such devices multiplied the already formidable abilities of the Dark Angels. Hidden behind these openly deployed weapons lay a far darker reserve of destructive power. Within, sealed vaults on worlds such as Caliban and Gramaré, as well as in secret caches guarded by orders of the Hecatonistica, the Legion stored devices long forbidden to other Imperial forces. Among these were genphages capable of extinguishing all life upon a planet within a matter of hours, as well as immense munitions designed to rupture a world from within its own core. The armories also contained ancient stocks of silica verae, a nanite plague so dangerous that the Mechanicum had declared it the ultimate form of technological heresy. Weapons of such terrible nature were never intended for ordinary conquest. They existed only as the final sanction against enemies whose destruction was deemed absolutely necessary, foes like the dreaded Rungda, who were considered worthy only of complete annihilation. When Horus prepared to raise his banner of rebellion, he carefully arranged the positions of those legions most capable of opposing him. The Dark Angels, already dispersed across vast distances, were assigned campaigns and patrols that carried them far from the heart of the Imperium. A large portion of the Legion traveled with Lion L. Johnson into the distant eastern reaches of the galaxy, far beyond the immediate reach of events soon to unfold. At the same time, the worlds of Caliban and Grammar experienced sudden disruptions in supplies and communication, leaving them increasingly isolated. Of the Legion's full strength of roughly 180,000 warriors, fewer than half accompanied the Lion on that distant expedition. The remainder were scattered along the borders of Imperial space in small battle forces rarely exceeding a few thousand warriors. Many of these forces were already engaged in difficult campaigns or recovering from recent victories, and few had reliable contact with the upper command of the Legion or with the wider structures of the Imperium. To Horus and his conspirators, such scattered formations appeared unlikely to pose any serious threat. Yet the intricate systems of wings and orders within the Legion had long prevented the spread of the warrior lodges that corrupted other legions. Without those seeds of division, the Dark Angels remained united even while separated by immense distances. When news of Horus's treachery spread across the Imperium, the fleets of the First Legion did not wait for distant orders. Each acted according to its own initiative, turning against those worlds that openly supported the War Master. Denied the chance to confront the traitor forces directly, the Dark Angels struck at the edges of Horus's growing empire. Their raids devastated rebellious systems across the southern and western reaches of the galaxy and threatened key worlds, such as the Death Guard homeworld of Barbarous. Though their numbers were limited, the destruction they unleashed disrupted supply routes and slowed the flow of troops to the traitor war effort. In some cases, the Legion employed the terrible weapons stored within their arsenals, reducing entire worlds to poisoned ruins as a warning to others who might follow the War Master. During the early years of the Horus Heresy, these scattered companies fought a relentless campaign of raids and commerce warfare, severing the supply lines upon which Horus depended. Meanwhile, the fortress worlds of Grammar and Caliban remained isolated from the greater war. Through strange, warp disturbances and the actions of hidden enemies. Although divided and lacking clear direction, the Dark Angels still proved a persistent threat to the rebel cause. Their refusal to offer a single decisive battle forced Horus to divert attention and resources across a widening front. In time, it became clear that this resistance played a vital role in slowing the War Master's advance toward Terra. The chaos and destruction wrought by the raiding fleets denied him the swift victory he had hoped to claim. While other Loyalist forces suffered catastrophic defeats during those early years, the scattered warriors of the First Legion endured. They remained poised along the edges of Horus's fragile empire, waiting for the return of their Primarch and the moment when the Lion would unleash them fully against the traitor cause. Following the tragedy that shattered Caliban, the remaining warriors of the Dark Angels gradually withdrew into a quieter and more guarded brotherhood, and those who observed them from afar began to notice that their once reserved character had become something deeper and more inward. Within the Legion's traditions lived the memory of the ancient Order of Caliban, and in the years after the heresy, that knightly structure slowly shaped the chapter's new way of life, encouraging a more monastic discipline among warriors who had already endured the loss of their Primarch and their homeworld. During those early years of the 31st millennium, the Imperium itself was changing in response to the terrible betrayals that had nearly destroyed it. New institutions were created to guard against corruption, among them the Inquisition, whose purpose was to uncover treachery and eradicate the influence of chaos wherever it might appear across the worlds of mankind. When the destruction of Caliban was investigated, the Dark Angels were judged loyal and allowed to continue their service. Although the authorities of the Imperium kept a careful watch upon them, while acknowledging that the Legion had lost both its Primarch and its birthplace. Even as the chapter turned further inward, their reputation on the battlefield remained strong, for their campaigns were still deliberate and precisely planned, and their enemies continued to feel the full weight of their discipline and skill. Some described the Dark Angels as grieving, others believed them to be simply austere, yet whatever the reason for their silence, their ability to wage war in defense of mankind remained undiminished. Across the Imperium, fear lingered after the defeat of Horus and the scattering of the traitor legions into the Eye of Terror. The High Lords of Terra and the loyal Primarchs understood how deeply the corruption of chaos had spread, and they resolved that such a disaster must never threaten the Imperium again. To prevent any single legion from becoming powerful enough to fall to treachery and endanger the galaxy, the vast formations of the Adeptus Astartes were broken apart into smaller brotherhoods. This reorganization became known as the Second Founding, and under its principles each chapter would contain roughly 1,000 warriors. The new structure drew its guidance from a work that would shape the future of the Adeptus Astartes, the Codex Astartes, which laid out doctrines of organization, tactics, and command for these newly formed chapters. Rabut Gilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines and Imperial Regent in the difficult years after the Emperor's entombment within the Golden Throne, devoted enormous effort to the creation of this codex. Through its guidance, the scattered space marines of the Imperium could fight with greater flexibility across the vast reaches of the galaxy, while the risk of another rebellion on the scale of the heresy was greatly reduced. Yet the Dark Angels and the chapters descended from them, known collectively as the Unforgiven, would never follow the Codex entirely. Within their ranks, certain traditions endured, especially in the organization of their highest officers and in the unique character of their first and second companies, which carried forward the legacy of the ancient wings of the Hexagrammaton. After Caliban was destroyed and the Legion scattered, the surviving leaders of the First Legion gathered in secret council, where they made a decision that would shape the fate of their chapter for millennia to come. They resolved that the truth of what had happened during the fall of their homeworld must never be revealed, and that no outsider could ever learn that some of their own brothers had turned to the powers of chaos. The warriors who had betrayed the Lion would come to be known as the Fallen, yet that name would remain hidden within the chapter's deepest secrets. Those gathered in that first clandestine conclave believed that if the wider Imperium ever learned that warriors of the Dark Angels had fallen to the ruinous powers, their entire brotherhood would be branded with the same shame as the traitor legions who had followed Horus into rebellion. In the years that followed, that secret gathering slowly transformed into a permanent and carefully guarded organization within the chapter, a hidden hierarchy known as the Inner Circle. Over the decades and centuries, it expanded quietly, spreading its influence through the Dark Angels and their successor chapters, even as new generations of warriors were recruited to replace those lost in battle. The training of these new battle brothers remained strict and disciplined, with constant emphasis placed on loyalty, duty, and the bonds of brotherhood. Yet the instructors and masters who guided them spoke nothing of the catastrophe that had shattered Caliban, and the existence of the Fallen remained unknown to almost all within the chapter. Only the oldest survivors and the most senior officers carried the full weight of that knowledge. These warriors formed the heart of the Inner Circle, and each of them swore solemn oaths to guard the truth in absolute secrecy. Within the present age, the Inner Circle includes the Supreme Grand Master, the chapter's other Grand Masters, the masters of each company, and certain honored warriors of the Deathwing and Ravenwing, although even among them the truth is revealed only in careful stages. Only the Supreme Grand Master is said to know every secret held by the chapter, and even he may not possess the entire truth. The members of the Inner Circle have long believed that as long as even one fallen angel still lives without repentance, the Dark Angels must bear the burden of their ancient shame. For that reason, the hidden purpose of the chapter became clear among those sworn to the secret. The Fallen must be hunted across the galaxy, captured, and forced to confess their betrayal, so that the honor of the Sons of the Lion might one day be restored in the Emperor's sight. Yet the Inner Circle reveals its knowledge only slowly, guiding younger warriors through layers of allegory and ritual that hint at the truth without revealing it fully. Stories are told again and again within the chapter, tales that change their details with each telling, yet always carry the same quiet lesson about betrayal, loss, and the price of redemption. Among the earliest of these stories is the tale of a band of Deathwing Terminators who returned to their home world and found their people enslaved by alien overlords. According to the legend, they painted their armor white in the manner of their ancestors and undertook a desperate quest that ended in victory, though the price of that triumph was the death of their beloved librarian. Many similar tales follow as a warrior advances through the chapter's ranks, and with each stage a little more of the hidden truth is revealed. Only when a Dark Angel joins the Deathwing, the elite first company of the chapter, does he begin to glimpse the deeper meaning behind those stories. Even then, the knowledge is incomplete, for the inner circle contains many layers, and advancement through its hidden ranks requires decades of proven loyalty. Aspirants are observed quietly by those already within the order, and even the strange watchers in the dark who dwell within the depths of the rock are said to witness these silent trials. When a warrior is judged worthy, he is brought before the assembled inner circle in solemn ritual, where his fate is decided in secrecy. Those who are accepted pass onward into the deeper mysteries of the chapter, while those who fail vanish from the Brotherhood forever, their absence becoming yet another unspoken burden carried by the unforgiven. Even among those who rise high within the hidden order, the truth unfolds slowly and carefully, with each new rank revealing another fragment of the past. Only when a warrior becomes a Grand Master is the full history of the fallen finally revealed to him, although there are whispers that certain secrets remain known only to the Supreme Grand Master. The Dark Angels have always been masters of planning, and within the inner circle they have created careful systems to ensure that knowledge is passed onward, even if key leaders die before sharing their secrets with those who follow them. Yet for all these precautions, there are still mysteries within the chapter that remain hidden, secrets that even the Supreme Grand Master may never learn. The Dark Angels maintain many titles and traditions that differ from those used by most other Space Marine chapters, for their organization still carries the influence of the ancient Order of Caliban that shaped the earliest days of the Legion. Across the Dark Angels and many of the chapters descended from them, this older language continues to define the duties and authority of their leaders. At the head of the chapter stands the Supreme Grand Master, a title given to the warrior who would be known elsewhere as a chapter master. He presides over the gatherings of the inner circle and guides the hidden councils that shape the fate of the Dark Angels, carrying knowledge of their deepest secrets while still knowing that some mysteries may remain beyond even his understanding. Among the most honored of the chapter's leaders is the Grand Master of the Deathwing, the commander of the veteran First Company. This officer is widely regarded as the most likely successor to the Supreme Grand Master, and through long years of service, he comes to understand nearly all of the truths guarded by the inner circle. The Second Company is commanded by the Grand Master of the Ravenwing, whose warriors wage war with unmatched speed and mobility across the battlefields of the galaxy. In addition to his duties as a company master, he serves as the chapter's leader of the hunt, responsible for following even the faintest rumor that might reveal the location of a fallen angel. The chapter's psychic lore and its carefully preserved records fall under the authority of the Grand Master of Librarians, who serves as chief among the chapter's librarians. Through his role within the inner circle, he guards not only the chapter's knowledge, but also the dangerous secrets surrounding the fallen. The health and genetic legacy of the Dark Angels is overseen by the Master Apothecary, who leads the chapter's apothecaries and protects the purity of the gene seed carried within every battle brother. Because of his place within the inner circle, he also shares in the knowledge that defines the hidden mission of the chapter. Deep within the vast asteroid fortress known as the Rock, another unusual office is held by the Master of the Rock. In other chapters, this role might resemble that of a Master of the Forge, yet among the Dark Angels it carries a far stranger burden. When a Tech Marine ascends to this position, he is permanently connected through cybernetic links to the cogitators that guide the ancient engines and warp drive of the Rock, spending the rest of his service overseeing the machine spirits that keep the fortress moving through the void. Because Tech Marines maintain allegiance both to their chapter and to the Adeptus Mechanicus, they are never inducted into the Deathwing, and even the Master of the Rock is denied knowledge of the chapter's deepest secrets. His understanding reaches only as far as the hidden vaults of technology and the ancient machinery that sustains the Rock itself. The spiritual discipline of the chapter falls under the High Interrogator, also known as the Grand Master of Chaplains, who oversees all chaplains and instructs the feared interrogator chaplains in their grim duties. Through his place within the inner circle, he understands the truth of the fallen and prepares those under his command to confront captured traitors with relentless interrogation. The chapter's fleets and aerial forces answer to the Grand Master of the Fleet, a commander skilled in the art of naval warfare who directs the many warships and aircraft that carry the Dark Angels to distant battlefields. Each of the 10 companies is led by a company master, a veteran warrior who commands his battle brothers with quiet authority. Though other chapters might use the title of captain, the Dark Angels retain the ancient name used by the Order long before the Imperium took shape. These masters are not given to grand speeches or public glory, for the culture of the chapter values restraint and discipline above displays of pride. Yet when battle begins, their commands carry absolute authority, and with a single order they can unleash perfectly coordinated maneuvers among the warriors who follow them. A company master stands at the heart of his warriors, directing the flow of battle while wielding relic weapons drawn from the armories of the Rock. He knows that every victory achieved under his command brings the chapter a step closer to redeeming the hidden stain left by the sins of the distant past. In more recent centuries, the Dark Angels adopted the rank of lieutenant after Robert Gilliman revised the Codex Astartes upon his return to lead the Imperium. These officers serve beside their company masters as trusted advisors and battlefield commanders, guiding smaller formations of warriors when a company divides into separate demi-companies during a campaign. For many rising leaders, the role provides valuable experience in command, especially during the difficult wars that followed the opening of the Great Rift, when the chapter lost several company masters and new leaders had to be prepared quickly. Those lieutenants who serve with distinction for many years may eventually be granted robes and cowls, symbols of veteran status among the descendants of the First Legion. Within the ranks of the chapter's chaplains exists a darker and more specialized order known as the Interrogator Chaplains. These warriors are trained in methods of interrogation and psychological pressure so severe that even the agents of the Inquisition would recognize their skill. Their task is to confront any fallen angel captured by the Dark Angels and compel him to confess his betrayal and repent before the Emperor. Although interrogator chaplains possess knowledge of many hidden matters, they are not themselves members of the inner circle. Their role requires them to understand fragments of the chapter's secret mission, yet the full truth remains beyond their reach. Among the most formidable warriors of the chapter stand the Deathwing Knights, veterans of the First Company whose deeds on countless battlefields have proven their absolute devotion to the Dark Angels. Clad in Terminator armor and bearing ancient shields and weapons forged in distant ages, these warriors represent the highest level of honor attainable before ascending to the rank of Master. Within the intricate hierarchy of the chapter, Deathwing Knights form a brotherhood of elite warriors drawn ever deeper into the secrets of the inner circle. Their loyalty is tested through difficult trials within the Chamber of Judgments deep inside the rock, where each candidate faces challenges designed to push his resolve beyond any limit he thought possible. Those who survive these trials pass beneath a shadowed arch and are granted ancient relics by the mysterious Watchers in the Dark. Among these heirlooms are the Mace of Absolution and the Storm Shield, weapons whose origins reach back to the era of the Great Crusade. When the Deathwing Knights enter battle, they advance as a relentless wall of armor and shields, shrugging aside incoming fire as they close upon the enemy. Their heavy maces and flails strike with devastating force, and against enemies tainted by heresy, their ancient weapons are unleashed with overwhelming power. The Second Company of the Dark Angels maintains its own circle of elite warriors, known as the Ravenwing Black Knights. Mounted upon powerful assault bikes, these riders embody the swift and aggressive doctrines of mobile warfare perfected by the Ravenwing. Only those who complete the demanding 7 rites of the Raven may enter this order, where they finally learn the true purpose behind the Ravenwing's relentless pursuit of heretics. Armed with plasma talons and the distinctive Corvus hammer, the Black Knights charge through enemy formations with lethal speed, breaking armor and scattering foes beneath the thunder of their machines. Command squads of Ravenwing warriors often ride beside senior officers, forming swift-moving bodyguards while carrying specialists such as apothecaries, standard bearers, and champions who represent the honor of the chapter. Deep within the rock stand 2 ancient guardians known as the Wardens in White, venerable dreadnoughts whose identities in life have long been lost beneath layers of secrecy and ritual. Their armored sarcophagi stand watch within a hidden chamber, where they observe the solemn rites that accompany the choosing of a new Supreme Grand Master. These silent sentinels rarely leave their posts, and only the gravest threat to the chapter's fortress can draw them into battle. When the Daemon Prince Marbus once invaded the Rock during the era of the Indomitus Crusade, the Wardens in White fought for long hours against the demonic host, and though both dreadnoughts were ultimately destroyed, not a single enemy passed beyond them. Senior members of the Inner Circle are sometimes accompanied into battle by a carefully chosen formation, drawn from the veteran warriors of the Deathwing. These command squads consist of some of the most experienced Terminators within the chapter. Warriors capable of fulfilling many roles, whether guarding a high-ranking officer or carrying out specialized missions assigned by a librarian or interrogator chaplain. Such squads often include specialists such as standard bearers, apothecaries, or champions who represent the honor of the company in battle. The Grand Master of the Deathwing, Belial, has led many of these formations personally, driving them directly into the heart of enemy forces, where their combined strength can break opposing leaders and tear open a path through hostile lines. Company Masters of the Dark Angels are also accompanied by their own command squads, groups of veteran warriors chosen for their skill and loyalty. The Codex Astartes recognizes such formations as bodyguards for key officers, yet within the Dark Angels they serve many roles, from honor guards during major assaults to specialized teams tasked with critical objectives during a campaign. Among the most visible members of these squads is the standard bearer, known as the Ancient, who carries one of the sacred banners of the chapter or the company he represents. Within the vast halls of the Rock, many such banners hang in silent testimony to centuries of battle, each one marking the victories and sacrifices of the warriors who fought beneath it. The presence of these standards strengthens the resolve of every Dark Angel who sees them upon the battlefield, for they represent the long history of the chapter and the unbroken brotherhood of those who serve the Lion. Even the youngest neophyte understands that fighting beneath such a banner is both a privilege and a solemn duty. Apothecaries sometimes accompany these squads to care for the wounded and recover the precious gene seed of fallen battle brothers. Using the devices contained within the Narthecium, an apothecary can treat injuries that would kill an ordinary warrior, and when a brother cannot be saved, he will gently take the progenoid glands that hold the genetic legacy of the chapter. Another common member of these squads is the company champion, a warrior chosen through ritual contests of strength, endurance, and discipline within his company. These champions embody the honor of their brothers, and when battle begins, they seek out enemy leaders so that the company master may focus on directing the wider struggle. Should the Dark Angels encounter the Space Wolves upon the field of war, the company champion may even engage in ritual combat with the chosen champion of that rival chapter. Through these duels, the ancient rivalry between the Sons of the Lion and the warriors of Fenris echoes once more, recalling the legendary clash between their Primarchs during the distant days of the Great Crusade. Veterans of the chapter also serve within companies as respected warriors whose deeds have earned recognition during the solemn tribute rites held after battle. Although the Dark Angels avoid ostentatious displays of honor, the presence of these veterans within a company forms a quiet reminder of the courage and sacrifice that define the chapters. Among the standard bearers, the most honored may one day rise to become the chapter ancient, entrusted with carrying a banner that dates back to the Great Crusade itself. Beneath such relic standards, the Dark Angels have fought many desperate battles, and across the galaxy their heraldry has become a symbol both feared by enemies and revered by those who stand beside them. Within the Dark Angels chapter, the first company of veteran warriors is known as the Deathwing, a brotherhood composed entirely of seasoned battle brothers who fight clad in heavy Terminator armor rather than the lighter power armor worn by most Space Marines. Their armor is painted in the distinctive bone white color that has become a symbol of their company, a tradition that carries the memory of a desperate battle fought long ago. During the era of the Great Crusade, the armor of the Dark Angels Legion had been black, and after the Horus Heresy, most of the chapter adopted dark green as their new color. Yet the warriors of the First and Second Companies retained the black of the Ancient Legion for a time, honoring the legacy of those early years. The change to bone white occurred later when a small squad of Dark Angels Terminators traveled to a recruitment world known as Plains World and discovered that it had been overrun by a Genstealer infestation. Believing that they would never survive the coming battle, those warriors painted their armor white in the tradition of the people of that world, for whom the color symbolized death. Against all expectation, the Terminators succeeded in reclaiming the planet, saving both its population and an important source of recruits for the chapter. In memory of that victory, the Deathwing adopted the bone white color permanently, a tradition that endures among the Dark Angels and few others. The warriors of the Deathwing are renowned for their stubborn resilience and their refusal to retreat even when confronted by overwhelming odds. They see themselves as heirs to the courage of that ancient squad who fought upon Plains World, and they carry that legacy into every battle. Although they are capable of fighting many different enemies, the Deathwing ultimately serve the hidden purpose that defines the entire chapter. Their greatest duty lies in the destruction or capture of the fallen, those traitorous brothers whose existence continues to haunt the Dark Angels across the ages. Unlike the standard First Companies described in the Codex Astartes, the Deathwing is organized primarily around squads of Terminators, warriors who combine powerful ranged weapons with devastating close combat strength. These heavily armored veterans often begin their assaults aboard orbiting warships, preparing to teleport directly into the heart of the battle. The moment their arrival is signaled by reconnaissance units of the Ravenwing, the Deathwing materialize amid flashes of light and thunderous gunfire. By the time their enemies understand what has happened, the Terminators are already advancing through the storm of battle, firing as they move and closing relentlessly with their targets. Among these warriors stand the Deathwing Knights, veterans whose skill and devotion mark them as future leaders of the chapter. Their presence embodies the silent strength and unyielding nobility associated with the Lion himself, and only the most dedicated warriors of the First Company may ever achieve this honor. When senior members of the Inner Circle take to the battlefield, they may be accompanied by command squads drawn from these veteran Terminators. Such formations serve as bodyguards and elite strike forces, carrying specialists such as apothecaries, standard bearers, and champions while smashing through enemy formations with disciplined precision. Under the leadership of Belial, the Grand Master of the Deathwing, many such assaults have driven directly into the center of enemy forces, tearing apart opposing commanders and breaking the cohesion of hostile armies. Whether arriving by teleportation or advancing across the battlefield with slow and relentless determination, the warriors of the Deathwing embody the stoic character of the Dark Angels. Their purpose is simple and unwavering: to destroy the enemies of the chapter and to ensure that no trace remains of those who once betrayed the Lion and stained the honor of the unforgiven. The Dark Angel's second company, the Ravenwing, moves with remarkable speed, riding black-armored bikes and maneuvering swift land speeders across the battlefield. Each member is chosen not only for their skill, but for the steadfastness of their minds against the heretical whispers of the fallen. Their purpose, known fully only to the highest of the inner circle, is a relentless pursuit, seeking out every last of those who fell during the heresy. Biker squads form the core of their forces, their assault bikes laying down a torrent of fire as they streak forward, while attack bikes follow to clear paths and support their advance. Some carry multi-meltas aimed at destroying enemy armor that could endanger their brethren. The most experienced among them may rise to become Black Knights, riding Mark IV Raven pattern assault bikes with deadly plasma talons, their Corvus hammers a symbol of their mastery and purpose. Command squads, composed of these Black Knights, form highly mobile protective circles around their leaders, or strike independently with apothecaries and company champions among them. Land speeders in many variations lend mobility and firepower, from standard assault rolls to heavy plasma storm batteries in the Vengeance models, while the Dark Shroud moves with them, a mysterious field obscuring their presence and absorbing incoming fire. Above them, the Nephilim jet fighters and Dark Talons patrol, able to hover and strike, delivering both precise weaponry and the stasis bombs that disrupt time itself, all while carrying captives back to the attention of the interrogator chaplains. In this company, every motion, every assault, is part of a deeper purpose, flowing with both speed and discipline across every engagement. Beyond the Ravenwing, the rest of the chapter follows a structure closer to the Codex, with battle companies forming the center of most engagements, their tactical companies ready to reinforce, divert, or hold the flanks. The assault company closes with enemies, often in hand-to-hand combat, while the Devastator Company provides long-range fire support to ensure the safety and effectiveness of all. Scout squads, composed of young neophytes, move alongside strike forces, learning the ways of the chapter and the land they defend. With the arrival of the Primaris Marines, these formations have adapted, integrating battle line, close support, and fire support squads, each trained and equipped to respond to varying battlefield demands. Intercessor squads advance steadily, capable of both laying down fire and holding ground, while heavy intercessors anchor positions in their thick Gravis power armor. Tactical squads provide the flexibility needed to switch from ranged to close combat fluidly, often moving within rhinos or razorbacks for swift redeployment. Infiltrators and reavers operate in shadows, creating openings, striking unexpectedly, and spreading confusion through enemy lines, their Phobos and Omni's armor allowing both stealth and sudden, overwhelming presence. Incursors, Inceptors, and Assault Intercessors complement these movements, descending swiftly into the thick of battle, striking where needed, their weapons and jump packs carrying them into the heart of the fight, supporting both advance and defense. Outriders on raider bikes maintain the flow of battle along the flanks, riding ahead and harrying foes while maintaining cohesion across formations. The The Reavers, moving silently in Phobos armor, strike from the shadows, employing smoke, grapnels, and guided senses to reach the most effective positions, waiting for moments that maximize their disruption. Incursors follow with precise, aggressive engagements, supported by fire support squads that provide covering fire, soften enemy defenses, and eliminate key threats. Hellblaster squads wield their plasma incinerators with careful timing, cracking enemy lines and overcoming even heavily armored foes, while Devastator squads dominate positions, their heavy weapons capable of reducing fortifications and vehicles alike. Each action is part of the greater movement of the chapter, a careful orchestration of presence and power, maintaining fluidity across the battlefield while preparing to respond to unexpected challenges. Aggressor squads advance with measured purpose, their Gravis armor carrying the weight of explosive boltstorm fire and flamestorm bursts, clearing paths for allies and leading slow, deliberate assaults. Eliminator squads linger in shadows, marksmen honing in on high-value targets, while suppressors and eradicators provide close-range, anti-armor support that allows the broader formations to move without restraint. Desolation squads unleash long-range missile volleys, adjusting warheads to meet both infantry and armored threats, while Infernus squads burn through swarms with fire blaster flames. Each unit contributes to a continuous rhythm across the battlefield, a measured unfolding of action and reaction that flows with the strategies of the chapter. Supporting these warriors, the chapter maintains a network of vehicles, transports, and specialized personnel. Rhinos, Razorbacks, and Repulsors carry squads where needed, while drop pods and land raiders allow swift insertion and heavier engagement. Dreadnoughts remain with their companies, silent and vigilant, powered down when not required. Tech Marines and numerous servitors maintain equipment, while administrative staff, largely human, oversee the day-to-day workings of the chapter, attending to logistics, recruitment, and preparation for the ongoing efforts of the Dark Angels. Each contribution ensures that the Astartes can operate smoothly, their actions sustained by careful planning and maintenance. Within the chapter, librarians weave the subtle threads of psychic power, their minds attuned to the warp and trained in ancient rites. Each may cast a protective force barrier or summon hellfire to consume those who oppose them. Mask of Shadows allows them to hide their thoughts from other psychers, while Mindworm and True Strike pierce the minds of the enemy, sowing doubt or overwhelming psychic defenses. Weaken Resolve diminishes the will of foes, as aversion spreads fear and righteous repugnance, strengthens brothers nearby, enhancing their focus and endurance. Trephination drives sharp mental force into those who oppose them. Engulfing fear manipulates terror, and Mindwipe strips memory, leaving enemies hollow. These powers are subtle yet profound, woven into the chapter's operations and guiding the movements of those who would serve in its secretive mission. At the end of the 40th millennium, the chapter maintains a complex council led by Supreme Grand Master Azrael, where the inner circle oversees both the warriors of the Deathwing and Ravenwing, as well as the support elements. Grandmasters lead specialized branches, from the Chaplains and Librarians to the Apothecarian and Fleet, while masters of remaining companies command their squads with care. venerable dreadnoughts and a variety of armored vehicles, including Predators, Vindicators, Whirlwinds, and Land Raiders, provide steady support. Battle barges, strike cruisers, rapid strike vessels, and Thunderhawk gunships form the chapter's fleet, ready to deploy where needed, while servitors and administrative personnel maintain the infrastructure that sustains every operation. The companies of the chapter as of the end of the 40th millennium are led by their respective masters, each accompanied by chaplains, apothecaries, and standard bearers. The Deathwing maintains Terminators and Dreadnoughts, while the Ravenwing commands Black Knights, Bikes, Land Speeders, and Atmospheric Fighters. The battle companies, led by their masters, advance with tactical, assault, and devastator squads, supported by dreadnoughts and vehicles, forming cohesive units that respond fluidly to battlefield conditions. Scouts and neophytes in the 10th Company observe and learn, moving alongside these formations and preparing for future responsibilities. After the opening of the Great Rift and the introduction of Primaris Space Marines, the chapter continues its dual focus, engaging conventional threats while maintaining the hidden pursuit of the fallen. Deathwing and Ravenwing remain specialized, but the battle companies integrate battle line, close support, and fire support squads into combined formations. Company masters lead with attention to both operational command and vigilance for signs of heresy, ensuring that replacements from the reserve companies flow into the 3rd, 4th, and 5th companies. Each advancement within the chapter carries lessons, rites, and tales, gradually preparing the brothers for greater responsibilities within the inner circle, while the Primaris forces bring new flexibility to the chapter's enduring mission. In the long span of Imperial history, few brotherhoods have carried a legacy as heavy and complex as that of the Dark Angels. From the earliest days of the Imperium, when the first warriors of the Emperor walked the battlefields of Terra as the original Angels of Death, the Legion had already begun to shape a reputation unlike that of any other force created in the Master of Mankind's name. They were the first, the template from which the Legiones Astartes would grow, and from the beginning their purpose placed them on the most dangerous edges of the Emperor's wars. Their early triumphs were forged during the Unification Wars, when the Legion marched beneath the direct command of the Emperor and helped bring the fractured domains of Terra under a single banner. In those years, they fought enemies whose names were later erased from history, and they carried weapons drawn from ancient vaults that few others were permitted to wield. Their victories were decisive and often terrible, leaving behind ruined strongholds and silent battlefields where resistance had once stood. From these beginnings, the First Legion grew in strength and reputation. They fought the most dangerous wars of the early Imperium, battles that demanded absolute destruction rather than simple conquest. The Rangdan Xenocides, among the most devastating conflicts faced by the Imperium during the Great Crusade, drained much of the Legion's early might and left deep scars upon its warriors, yet even these losses did not break the Legion. Instead, they hardened it, shaping a brotherhood accustomed to bearing burdens that others would never see. Their fate changed once more when the Emperor reunited them with their Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, upon the distant forest world of Caliban. From that moment, the Legion that had been forged on Terra absorbed a new heritage. The knightly traditions of Caliban, born from a harsh death world where survival depended on relentless strength and discipline, blended with the ancient culture of the First Legion. New recruits drawn from the warrior orders of that world gradually filled the ranks that had been thinned by decades of war. Over time, the Legion became something unique among the Emperor's sons. Its warriors carried both the brutal experience of Terra's final wars and the austere codes of Caliban's knightly brotherhoods. Their fleets moved across the darkest reaches of the Great Crusade, hunting threats too dangerous for ordinary campaigns and fighting enemies whose existence was often hidden from the wider Imperium. Because of this, the Dark Angels rarely stood in the bright light of celebrated victory. While other legions claimed hundreds of compliant worlds, the First often fought battles that would never be recorded in the chronicles of Imperial triumph. Their duty lay elsewhere, in wars fought far from the banners of conquest and the praise of the remembrancers. In this way, the Legion embraced a role apart from its brothers. They accepted isolation and the burden of secrecy, believing that some enemies were so terrible that even knowledge of them could endanger the Imperium itself. To many allies, this attitude seemed distant or even arrogant, yet the warriors of the First believed that such distance was the price of their duty. Through centuries of relentless warfare, their numbers grew and fell again. Their fleets wandered the edges of Imperial space, and their reputation as relentless hunters spread among both allies and enemies. Yet beneath this long history of war and hardship, one truth remained constant. The Dark Angels had been the first of the Emperor's legions. They had fought in the last battles of Terra, endured the hidden wars of the early Imperium, survived the devastating conflicts against the Rengda, and rebuilt themselves beneath the command of the Lion and the traditions of Caliban. Every generation of warriors carried the weight of that legacy, a lineage forged in the earliest and darkest struggles of humanity's reborn empire. And though 10,000 years of war would eventually pass, the echoes of those earliest days would never truly fade, for the Dark Angels had been shaped from the beginning to stand where the Imperium's enemies were most dangerous, and the path they walked would always lead them back into the shadows where the most terrible wars of mankind were fought.